and the players are out in the middle. Kent 104 for 2, still trailing by 172 runs. Jack Leaning is on 15, and the exciting Tawanda Muyeye is on 80. It's just 84 balls. He was dropped on naught last night. Could have been very different, but after that he played a string of thrilling, eye-catching shots to all parts of the ground, and impressed a large number of those of us who were watching him yesterday. The young Kent opener, really superb display from him. He will take strike, and James Hartshorn, the rookie Kiwi for Worcestershire, will take up the attack from the New Road end. He's in now and he bowls, and the first run of the day, off the very first ball of the day, as Muyeye pushes out into the covers and moves on to 81. So 105 for 2. Worcestershire frustrated, I think, by the weather, in the sense that they would have been hoping to get here this morning and make early inroads into the Kent batting, but they've had to wait until now to start. I would imagine that we'll see a pattern unfolding that we've seen on days 1 and 2, which is that as the effect of the roller wears off, batting becomes more difficult. Hartshorn into Jack Leaning, who turns this one away on the onside, and it's fielded by Kashif Ali at mid-wicket, and there's no run. The two men out in this innings, Ben Compton, who ran himself out, pushing the ball up to mid-off and taking a single that was never there. Just do an update for BBC Hair from Worcester. Well, we've just got started here at New Road on day 3. Just 2 balls have been bowled, actually. Play getting underway at 2 o'clock after heavy overnight rain this morning. Kent 104 for 2 overnight. The men out, Compton without scoring and Bell Drummond for 5. Jack Leaning's there on 15, and with him the very exciting young batsman Tawanda Muyeye. He was dropped on naught, but after that he unleashed a string of superb shots, and he's picked up 1 run this afternoon so far. He's on 81, and Kent, as we start the afternoon, 105 for 2. There's Hartshorn again in and bowling, and this time runs for Leaning, half volley outside the off stump, and driven very nicely through the covers for 4. So the first boundary of day 3, and a nicely played shot it was indeed from Jack Leaning. 19 now to him, 109 for 2. Muyeye is 81, and as I said, Muyeye put down on naught last night and has made Worcestershire pay, but it might still prove not to be a match-changing mistake, a match-changing miss, if Worcestershire can pick his wicket up fairly early today. But he is the sort of player that if he bats for an hour or two, he will make a very big difference to the scoreboard. Not many people in, as you can imagine, but the weather forecast suggesting that we probably won't get any more rain, although there are some pretty threatening clouds around. But intriguing day in prospect. Hartshorn in again, bowls, and this one left alone by Muyeye. Lifts his bat well clear of it. Leaning, I beg your pardon, and it's through to Gareth Roderick. Obviously Worcestershire a bit frustrated because they've got themselves into a really good position. They'll be hoping they can win this game. They won at Durham. They were frustrated by the weather against Warwickshire at Edgbaston at the very start of the season, and again at Trent Bridge, both games that they thought they might have won. They were by no means certainties. As Hartshorn is in again and bowls, Muyeye defends out on the onside. End of the first over of day 3, 109 for 2, 5 runs came from it. And as I say, Worcestershire very much hoping that they can finish this off today and tomorrow, having got themselves into a pretty strong position. Remember, Kent were 276 runs in arrears when they began this innings. Tom Taylor is going to take up the attack from the Digley end. Taylor, who hasn't got a wicket in this innings and picked up only 1 in the first innings, although the general consensus was that he probably deserved a bit more than that. I say he hasn't got a a wicket in this innings. He was responsible for the run out of Ben Compton. And he it is who will take up the attack from the Diglis end, and he will be bowling to Wanda Muyeye. And it's been a joy to watch Muyeye, I must say. Having not seen him in the flesh before, he's been hugely impressive in this game. Here is Taylor bowling to him, and he drives this one straight down the ground and takes a single. Risky. Good bit of fielding by Finch at mid-on. Throws the stumps down at the non-strikers end, but Muyeye was home. But, well, possibly a single that they didn't quite need to take. He hit it well, and it's one of those where you hit it that well, you automatically think you probably should get something for it. He was in, but not by a huge amount. Good bit of fielding from Finch, but another single to Muyeye. He goes to 82, 110 for 2. Sun's shining now, which is nice to see, although, as I say, still quite a bit of grey cloud around. We had a lot more rain this morning than I anticipated. I thought it was going to come earlier than that, but it really was at its heaviest between the hours of about 9 and 11 this morning. Taylor in over the wicket again, bowls, and that's a good line from him, and left alone at the last minute by Jack Leaning, just pulling his bat out of the way. I've just been joined by Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent, who's been updating listeners down in the southeast with the news of our late start here. Good afternoon, Matt. And I've just been saying to the listeners and viewers that Worcestershire be very keen to finish this game off today and or tomorrow, given the situation that they got themselves into. Such a big first innings lead. Here's Taylor in again, bowls. Muyeye drives, square of the wicket. It's going to go all the way, I think, to Kashifali is in pursuit. It just keeps him interested, but actually reaches the rope. So, first boundary of the day for Muyeye, who is nearing a century, and it's been a hugely attractive innings from him. Actually, it was Leaning, I beg your pardon. Muyeye is nearing a century, but it was Leaning that hit that ball for 4, I beg your pardon. So it's his second boundary of the day. He hit one in the first over from Hartshorn as well. He's on 23, and it's 114 for 2 there. In my defence, Matt, I'm going to say they are quite alike in the way they look out there in the middle. That's a body shape. Taylor in, bowls, and Leaning drives. That's 4 more. That's glorious. Beautifully executed cover drive. It was a half volley, to be fair, but Leaning has gone out there. He's showing no signs of needing to get loose, warm up, etc. That's a glorious shot. Takes him on to 27. But they're both of similar stature. They're both dark-skinned, although Muyeye is significantly darker skinned than Leaning. But Leaning is a dark-skinned individual. They're wearing short-sleeve shirts. They've both got bats with almost similar logos on. Helmets are the same. I'm digging a hole here. It's not the first time I've got them mistaken. And Leaning pushes up to mid-off, and Finch fields, and there's no run. 118 for 2. Anyway, Matt, I was saying, Worcestershire, having got a lead like that, if you don't end up winning the game, you've got to be frustrated, I think. Yeah, absolutely. I think they're hoping to pound on the pressure here, make things grim for Kent, play on their obviously psychological difficulties of trying to stave off this massive target just to make their opponents bat again, and all the pressure on Kent here. Taylor in from the Diglis end, bowls outside the off stump, through to Roderick, didn't bounce much that one, left alone by Leaning. 118 for 2, all the pressure on Kent, but two batsmen have started as though they don't really feel any pressure at all. It's been a solid start from these two, and it's becoming a very, very good partnership. It's past 50 now, and Kent, as long as these two are still there, will feel that they're still in with a chance of saving it. Yeah, absolutely. And I was saying in the first innings, though, that Kent's tail is long here. I'm not disparaging any of the batters from 7 downwards, but Stewart at 7, and then as Hartshorn comes in, Muyeye tries to help that one its way down the leg side. It doesn't get anything on it. There's a little of a shout of catch it, but it's not hit the bottom edge of the bat through the wicket keeper, and James Hartshorn takes an angry, well, I suppose a scuff with his spikes at the footholds there, and can understand that maybe it's just a little bit loose on top. A little bit of moisture there as well. Yeah.
Certainly 7 o'clock opened the curtains. Hotel on the ground here wasn't looking that great. Through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. Again, good bounce and carry off this pitch, which has been lively at times. It feels still the occasional one last night was giving the batsman real concerns off a length or just back of a length, but otherwise I think it's looking flattening out a bit.
Yeah, people who've been watching the whole game will have seen that, and the players have confirmed that as the effect of the heavy roller wears off, it becomes a little bit more difficult to bat on. But it's flatter than it was at the start, that's for sure.
Hots on to Muyeye, just plays that into the offside with no great aggression, no aggression at all in fact. 119 for 2 Kent now. Muyeye goes on to 83 from 89 balls. But
and I think that might be why we're not seeing Joe Leach at the very start.
Right.
So I think they're waiting for perhaps for the effect of the roll to wear off. I don't know, I'm guessing, but interesting that Brett D'Oliveira did quite a lengthy interview with him at the end of the game yesterday, and he said, we do regret missing 2 or 3 chances in that last session, but at the same time we recognise that if we turn up and bowl consistently in the right place, further opportunities will come.
Hotspur's about to get underway for his next delivery and then just aborted. Jack Leaning looking around the field, has that high back lift. Reminds me, because I'm of a certain age, of Graham Gooch as he waits for the ball. And is that hit him where it has? His LBW right in front there. It looked like at first he was trying to leave it to me, but brought the bat down way too late anyway, and that James Hartshorn, the Kiwi, has struck early on this third day, early in terms of getting back underway. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
He almost walked, didn't he?
Yeah, it's hit him low on the almost just above the front boot, and yeah, didn't need any telling from the umpire. Umpire Newell at this end. He's gone 119 for 3, and big whoops of delight from Worcestershire, exactly what they wanted. It's a breakthrough early, and a couple more, they'll be into the bowlers, and they'll be scenting victory as we speak already, especially with this early breakthrough. 190 for 3.
I think you mentioned that the tail is quite long. I think the other thing is the increasing pressure on Muyeye, aren't they, if you get another wicket at the other end. I don't think he'll change the way he plays. I doubt he's a player that ever changes the way he plays. And Joey Evison coming to the crease, perfectly capable of playing a long innings. And after Evison, you've got Harry Finch, the keeper, and Grant Stewart, George Garrett. It is quite a long tail, isn't it, when you start looking beyond Evison and Finch. And Worcestershire, as you say, will be thinking if they can get it doing a bit out there this afternoon, they can get the skids under Kent, a team that lost, let's remember, on Thursday, all 10 wickets in the space of 32 overs, something like that. To add just under 100 runs, so the potential is there for a collapse. I think that's what Worcestershire will be sensing and thinking. That's what they'll have said to each other, I'm sure, in the huddle and in the dressing room. Much depends, I would suggest, on Muyeye, Evison and Finch.
Yeah, absolutely. And you say when they came out, from a Kent point of view, they need 100 partnerships from somewhere and beyond to get themselves to parity, and then think about any kind of lead. At this point, they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about trying to survive in this game. 119 for 3, cloudy skies. Not ideal for batting under, you might say, but Joey Evison comes out. The question put itself pretty well in a 4 season for Kent as the all-rounder. Faces now, and it's blocked back towards Hartshorn. The challenge for Joey Evison, they've set him that challenge of batting further up the order this year at 5, so maybe he came as a bowling all-rounder, but maybe the sights are on a batting all-rounder. Looks well organised. I'm not going to curse him, don't worry.
No, he does.
Saying
I agree.
He looks like a decent player.
Played some significant innings against Worcestershire before.
350s this year, high of 85 against Somerset in the very first game. Hartshorn bowls to him now. That's worked off the pad, is it? Might just come off the thigh pad towards short leg. or the short leg position. Cassie Valley comes round the field, and James Hartshorn looks like a decent acquisition, certainly on the merits of that over, though Tawanda Muyeye took a little bit of a liking to him yesterday. 119 for 3.
I think it was outstanding when he got into Hartshorn, and I think it's probably the way Muyeye plays that if he senses a weakness, he'll try and get on top of it straight away, and it seemed almost to take Hartshorn by surprise. It was early in his spell, and he didn't know where to bowl, really, briefly. That's the sort of batsman Muyeye is. On this occasion, he's in behind a good delivery from Taylor and plays it up the mid-on. Very interesting talking to one or two people about Muyeye, about how, because he's the way he is, and I talked about it yesterday, he plays the ball on its merits. So that was a good one from Taylor. He gets in behind it and he plays it back up the pitch. But because he's so pugnacious and because he's so technically sound, let's break off again as Taylor bowls, and there's a lovely drive but straight to D'Oliveira at extra cover, but illustrates what I'm trying to say. The margins for error are so much smaller, so if you slightly over pitch to some batsmen, they'll push it for 2. If you slightly err down the leg side to some batsmen, they'll tuck it away for a single. You make those mistakes against Muyeye, he will not just push it, he will whack it technically, soundly, but he'll give it a real smash. Taylor bowls exactly what's required. Good length delivery, off stump, pushed by Muyeye up to mid-off, and he's a fledgling really. It's early in his career to start making assumptions, but you know, his first innings on a tricky pitch, he scored 56 off 64 with 11 fours. This innings, he's 83 off 92 with 13 fours and a 6. This is not a player who is going to hang around when he's out in the middle. Sun's out again now as Taylor comes in and bowls to him, and he's forward, pushing this one out through the covers, but only a single, because knowing that he will be punishing on anything wide, Brett D'Oliveira has stationed Kashif Ali out on the cover boundary. He will come in now because Joey Evison is on strike. That single having been taken, and he will take guard against Taylor for the first time. 120 for 3, then 1 wicket down today. Jack leaning out for 27. Play got underway at 2 o'clock. Busy day of sport up and down the country. Premier League football, Championship football, and League cricket around as well. The test match on. Taylor is into Evison, pushes out on the offside. Libby Fields, and there's no run. But I would say, if you're in the area and you fancy it, get down here, because this is really good stuff, and there's a cracking memorabilia sale on in the marquee here today as well, Matt. I don't know if you're into your cricket memorabilia, but there's some really good stuff. Some collectors have come, and there's a bit of a market going on over there. Had a look in there this morning, and Ricky Elcock here signing his copies of his book, former Worcestershire paceman. Good to see him. As Taylor in, bowls. Evison leaves alone outside off stump. No run. End of the over. 120 for 3.
Yeah, a lot of league seasons coming to the end as well, Alex, aren't they?
Yeah, a few titles being decided
up
and down the country. Yeah, absolutely.
Good luck if you're at one of those games, playing or spectating at one of those today. Maybe with an ear on Worcestershire against Kent as well. 120 for 3 then. Kent still 156.
Yeah.
Crikey, that should be
still
easy.
A lot, isn't
Can
it?
hear the cogs going. Yeah, away from making Kent bat again. It's Hartshorn to Muyeye, takes him on again. Is it in the air? It might be,
all
but
the way.
that has flown away for 6. That is just a pickup shot from Muyeye as well.
Brilliant.
And we don't want to go too over the top about it, but for my mind, Frank, he plays shots that few, if any, batters in this county championship can play.
He is hugely exciting.
The
Kashif Ali
is astonishing, strength but also power.
Kashif Ali does not quite the same, but 200s in the opening game at Edgbaston took everybody by surprise, and he's similarly gifted, but it's the power as well. It's just phenomenal.
He's almost jabbing that over square leg for 6, and we take him on again, and that's a more elegant shot, if you like, as a purist. Cuts it away to backward point for a single. He goes on to 91. He only has 1 century so far in his career to Wanda Muyeye, but it was a big
won't be
one.
long before the next one comes. It might even be in the next 10 minutes, but he is just exciting. It's just great to watch, and I mentioned it to a couple of the Worcestershire players who obviously, you don't like seeing your own bowlers get smashed around, but they agreed, you know, this guy's one to watch. He certainly is. He's a brilliant player.
25th first class match now. He's at the non-strikers end. Evison defends that back at Hartshorn, and there's no run. So 91 from 95 balls so far. That 179, so it was a big 100 in partnership with a certain Joe Denley. He got himself a triple century last season in the game against Northamptonshire, an innings victory. Crikey, those were the days, Kent fans, weren't they? And but yeah, that's the first time he's been past 100 in June last year. But it's Evison facing now, and it's lifting. It's beaten the edge though through to the wicket keeper. There's a head in hands from at least one of the slips there through the wicket keeper Roderick. And yeah, once again there's good bounce and carry on spots on this pitch. Hartshorn has hit the very spot there.
Been mentioning throughout the game that you can get in touch with us on Twitter if you'd like to, at Frank Watson 58 or at BBC Kent Sport, at Frank Watson 58 at BBC Kent Sport. Always happy to hear your comments.
Here's Hartshorn again to Evison, trying to get forward, just angled it out towards point, and there's no run. Good on the run by Jake Libby.
Had a couple of nice messages, Matt, last night from Kent supporters saying that they enjoyed the coverage, and even though it wasn't going very well for them, always nice to hear from supporters of the visiting team, as it were. I know that these streams have become a vital way for many people to keep in touch, especially when the team is playing away from home. So always good to hear from you.
Hartshorn once again, the New Zealander to Evison. To work that off his hip, but actually withdraws through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over. 127 for 3 then Kent, needing in total even 276 to avoid an innings defeat here. That looks a long way away, just as a first marker, but that has to be their target. I don't know how the batters were thinking of it, whether they do it a ball at a time, an over at a time, some in groups of 5 overs to try and mentally put them in little containers and move on. But Muyeye 91, Evison yet to score.
And Muyeye to face Taylor with 2 men back on the leg side boundary. It's quite a short boundary. If he gets hold of it, neither of them will be involved. It's more likely to be somebody sitting in the back row of the stand out there in front of the hotel that is called into action. Such is his power. Played brilliantly. Dropped on naught, and Jake Libby unable to hold on to a chance in the gully last night. Seems ages ago now, but it's not that long ago. He's only faced 95 balls for his 91, and he lets that one go outside the off stump from Tom Taylor. But the bowler is running up to bowl to Muyeye, much as bowlers run up to bowl to players like Chris Gale and I don't know any other powerful top order batters. Not quite with the same degree of relaxation and confidence that they might do when they're bowling at a lesser mortal, because they're worrying about where it's going to get hit. Taylor is in and bowls, and Muyeye hits this one through the covers, picks out Kashif Ali again on the offside boundary, square of the wicket, not really through the covers, just in front of square, and he gets another single. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Matt Cole alongside me from BBC Radio Kent. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Sports app, and you're also possibly watching the pictures from the Worcestershire live stream and hearing our commentary as well. Great to be with you. We haven't got Matthew Howes with us today, unfortunately. Taylor bowls, Evison leaves outside the off stump and taken by Gareth Roderick. Matthew Howes has been with us for the last couple of days. He's back down to the day job in Bath today, but it's been great to have him along as well. And it's been a really intriguing game of cricket. I think whichever side you are on, and whether you are a bit gloomy because you're a Kent fan and you're thinking they might not have the wherewithal to save it. It's been a game that's been enjoyable for various reasons. Taylor bowls and Evison pushing at that one, beaten it. So Evison might not have needed to play that. Might have been just a little bit wider than he thought, but gets away with it.
Feels like he's feeling his way in at the moment, Evison, doesn't it? And Worcestershire will be hoping to get him in these early stages before he manages to play himself in.
He's a limpet, isn't he? He does stick around. He's got the ability to play long innings, and I think that's it was a bit wide, that one. But he can play long innings. Still quite youthful, really, to be fair. Like, still making his way in the game. In behind this one, pushes into the covers, Cashew Fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, the saying is, it's been a difficult season to see much development for Kent, but from Joey Evison's point of view, you can see his bowling and his batting is getting better. He's not stagnating. He is progressing.
Yeah.
Played some important innings and taken some important wickets as well this summer.
Taylor into him again. Comes in now and bowls, and Evison is forward, pushing up to mid-off where Finch fields. And there's no run. It's the end of the over, 128 for 3. Just looking at the live chat alongside the stream, John Wells says, well done Steve and the ground staff are getting the game on. I agree with that. I think they've worked really hard. It's amazing how quickly they get things mopped up. There's quite a lot of water on the ground this morning, but they've got good equipment. We were talking about league games up and down the country. I dare say quite a few of them will be delayed, a lot more than we were delayed here. New road, so I would agree with that. Anyway, Hartshorn to continue in the sunshine. It's lovely now.
Yeah, breeze blowing across the ground as well. So it has been throughout the match so far. Unsurprisingly, Hartshorn towards Muyeye, just to tucks that into the offside. Again, with no great aggression this time, just placing it almost into that cover region for an easily jogged single. And again, from a development point of view, if you're looking towards how Muyeye is getting on in terms of his career, it looks like a very mature shot. He's keeping the scoreboard ticking over. He's not going hard at every delivery, as perhaps when he first arrived at Kent there was a temptation to do that, because outrageously talented hitting attacking shots, but sometimes to his detriment. Hartshorn to Evison. Drives a foolish looking delivery and it'll go past Joe Leach. Two of them have dived at it. If this was a game of football, you'd say he's left two on the ground, but he won't get four. Slow outfield preventing it. A sliding stop by Tom Taylor. I think if they really put their minds to it, they might get themselves 4 run there, but 3 of them anyway to Evison. I'm joking, that really would have taken some sprinting, but he takes a 3. So Hartshorn had dived one way.
Leach fancied it. He thought he was going to get it, I think. Just flailing.
Close.
But yeah, it's a good shot. Nice shot. Dead straight. Really good shot. Nice way to get off the mark.
Hartshorn third is, it's uppish, but it's a bump ball. Back from Tawanda Muyeye. Well taken, actually. Athletic, acrobatic almost, taking on his follow through. Hartshorn with a bounce and jumps and takes the ball to his left with his left hand, just grabbing it out of the air. 132 for 3. This is going to sound like a national stereotype, but New Zealand cricketers, you're playing in England, you just tend to get great value out of them for everything, don't you? That a real stern. That's run down to third. That's a lovely shot from Tawanda Muyeye. That's deft from him. Little run down through third for 4 runs, but although I have to say my thoughts about Kiwi cricket is much influenced by the incredible Matt Henry. I think
played for Worcestershire as well.
What an ambassador that man is for New Zealand cricket.
Worcestershire have had a long association with New Zealand,
Turner as well,
way back, to Glenn Turner, but they've had some brilliant Kiwi overseas players over the years. None better really than Nathan Smith, who had to go back with injury. Made a brilliant start to his career here at Worcester this year.
On to Muyeye, full delivery, works that up to mid-on. Joe Leach fields. all the way along the ground, and Tawanda Muyeye has himself 98 runs now, so 2 away from just a second first-class century. Evison has 3 at the other end. Kent, though, 137 for 3, still a way off the 276 they need in total to just to make Worcestershire bat again here. And 1 ball to come here. I'll make way after this one and go and update to BBC Radio Kent listeners with mixed news, I think it's fair to say. There's Hartshorn to Evison, leaves that one outside the off stump, dot ball, and ends the over. Hartshorn has 1 for 49 off 8 overs. Evison 3, Muyeye 98.
Yep, brilliant from Muyeye. Hard to believe when you see somebody play like this that he's only got 1 first-class 100 before, but I suppose everybody's got to start somewhere. But he's on the verge now of a second, and it's been brilliant. He was missed on naught, but my goodness me, has he made Worcestershire pay since then, and he's caught the eye too with some super shots, and he stands on the verge now of 100 as Taylor comes into him and he bowls, and well, he's going to get 1 of the 2 runs that he needs because he's pushed it through the covers and fielded by Kashif Ali out on the cover boundary. 137 for 3 becomes 138 for 3, and Muyeye moves on to 99. He's faced 102 deliveries. He's played beautifully. Evison on 3. Waits now as Taylor comes in from the Diglis end and bowls to him, and he's on the back foot defending this out on the offside. And there's no run. So 1 man out since play began at 2 o'clock. Jack leaning for 27. Update for BBC Hove and Worcester listeners coming shortly. Bright sunshine now. Hopefully the weather's set fair for the rest of the day. We've got 58 overs left after this. Plenty of time for Worcestershire to take these wickets, and all day tomorrow should they need it, weather permitting. Leaning gone already, and Evison nearly follows him, pushing forward at that 1 ball from Taylor, passing the outside edge. Through it goes to Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. 3 slips waiting. Hose at first, Jones at second, Ethan Brooks at third. Here comes that update. Good start for Worcestershire. They've picked up a wicket in the early part of this session, which got underway at 2 o'clock following overnight rain. Jack Leaning, the man who went LBW to the Kiwi James Hartshorn, who's making a debut for Worcestershire, smack in front, no doubt about it. He was out for 27, 119 for 3 at that point. But at the other end, Tawanda Muyeye, Zimbabwe-born, English-educated young Kent opening batsman, dropped on naught, but been brilliant since then. He's currently on 99, faced just 102 deliveries, and on the verge of what would be just a second ever first-class century. 59 overs left in the day. Worcestershire still in complete control. Kent 138 for 3. And that now becomes 140 for 3 as Joey Evison drives down the ground for 2, taking him on to 5. But all eyes on Tawanda Muyeye, currently the non-striker. 99 not out. Superb effort from him. Really, really has played beautifully. Waits now as Taylor comes into bowl to Evison. Edged down to third man for 4. Or will it go all the way? Outfield slow. In fact, it doesn't. Ethan Brooks very, very quick over the ground, and a lovely slide as well. Flicks it back inside the rope. And they get just 2 where they might well have expected more had the outfield been a bit drier. End of the over, 142 for 3. Evison has moved to 7, and now Muyeye sits on the verge of that 100, which will be his second in first class cricket. 99 not out. Brilliant innings. Worcestershire will definitely feel that if they can get Muyeye they're in with a shout of wrapping things up today, because, as we've said, Kent have a fairly lengthy tail, but getting Muyeye is easier said than done, the mood that he's in. But Worcestershire making a bowling change. James Hartson, who's got the 1 wicket to fall today, is being withdrawn from the attack, and Joe Leach will replace him at the New Road end. 6 wickets in the first innings, of course, Leach, and he's in now and bowls to Muyeye, who's looking for that 100. Everybody in saving one apart from the 2 slips and the man at long leg, and he pushes that one up to mid-off. That's fielded by Hartshorn. So a little bit of tension, a few nerves, even though Muyeye looks a fairly nerveless sort of batter. No doubt when you're on 99 and you've only got 100 before, there will be a few nerves. Joe Leach hoping to play on that in from the New Road end. He bowls, and Muyeye runs this one down behind square on the offside. And it's a no ball. Joe Leach has had a real problem with no balls in this game. Very rare for him, but bowled quite a few, and it, as I say, not something that we're used to seeing with Joe Leach. Maybe to do with the fact that he's bowling from the New Road end, and he's less comfortable than his usual Diglis end. He's in and bowls, and Muyeye is pushing out on the onside, wants 100, wants a single that will bring him that 100, sets off for it, and then gets sent back as Kashif Ali comes steaming in from mid-wicket. So yeah, Joe Leach, that was his 3rd no ball of the innings, and as I say, quite unusual for him. And in the first innings he bowled 5, so it's very, very unlike him. He's in now again and bowls, and Muyeye is forward and pushing out on the offside, so 3 dots plus that no ball. So far Muyeye's not been able to get the single that he wants to bring up this 100. Just had a message from James. It says it's raining on Breeden Hill. I hope it's not heading to Worcester. Well, it's not far away, Breeden Hill, but well, we'll have to hope that it's skirting around. Bit of grey cloud away to the southwest, but generally sky's fairly bright. We haven't had rain since about 11:30. Leach in, bowls, Muyeye plays this down into the gully, wants a single again, but Libby is sharp in there and fields. So a little bit of cat and mouse here. Muyeye being made to wait, a little bit of tension growing. He's on 99, brilliant innings, but he is just being frustrated a little bit in this quest for the last run before he gets his 100. Here's Leach again into him, bowls, and this time he runs it out on the offside, and again he's thinking about it, but Libby quickly in from gully means he can't get it. Andrew Harrison been in touch. He says, I love watching Muyeye bat. He's got all the shots, just needs to add a touch of boiks. I think he means to just curb his instincts a little bit. Often gets out when he looks on top of the world, so want him to succeed. Well, yeah, great to see young players arriving on the scene, and I've been thrilled watching Muyeye in this game. First time I've seen him, he's been superb in both innings. And there is the 100 as he drives out on the offside, and look at him celebrate. Charges through to the non-striker's end, helmet off, punches the air, and gives a little bow to the balcony, which is lovely. A brilliant knock, and good to see quite a few of the Worcestershire fielders applauding him as well. Really superb from Tawanda Muyeye. His 2nd first-class 100. He's faced 109 deliveries, and he has hit 14 fours and 2 sixes, and it's been a brilliant knock. 145 for 3, and he's kept the strike too, because it was off the last ball of a very good over from Joe Leach, but well played indeed to Tawanda Muyeye. James says it's only a passing shower on Breeden Hill. He hopes He's going to the Great Cumberton Fete. Lovely village, Great Cumberton and Little Cumberton in the shadow of Breeden Hill, just away beyond Pershaw, a few miles down the road from here at New Road, an area I know very well. And I hope you have a lovely afternoon, James. Keep listening. We might have some good news. You never know. Here comes Taylor, hoping to bring a bit of good news for Worcestershire supporters. Bowling to Muyeye, and he's working this one up to mid-on. It's often a little period of vulnerability for a batter when he's just gone past 3 figures. Just the possibility that he might ease his concentration a little bit, relax his concentration a little bit, not meaning to, but always a sense, I think, amongst a fielding side that when somebody's just gone past 3 figures, you might just have a little chance. As Taylor is in and bowls to him, and he goes for a big hit. That was a uncharacteristically loose shot, looking to smack it back over the bowler's head, and he gets a leading edge over cover. So a bit of encouragement there for Worcestershire. Certainly the loosest shot that Muyeye has played so far on day 3 of this game, and possibly just a little bit fortunate to get away with that. Be quite encouraging for Taylor. Could have been so different. Put down on naught yesterday evening. Waits now, bat tapping in the creases. Taylor is into him, and he drives square on the offside, and Kashif Ali will field out on the cover boundary, and they go through for a single. 148 for 3. Are they playing elsewhere in the country? Let's have a look. Whether there's been delays elsewhere, not sure. Just see if I can bring you news. And yeah, Essex, Hampshire. Essex 404 for 8 in their first innings. Taylor to Evison, turns this down to long leg for a single. But they're not playing there at Essex, at Southampton in fact. Inspection at 3 o'clock. It's raining at Edgbaston, so maybe they're getting the weather that we had earlier. No play there. Durham, Notts is underway at Chester Street. Notts are following on. 95 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing by 207 runs then. And they're playing at Scarborough, where Sussex are struggling, trailing Yorkshire by 40 runs with just 6 wickets remaining, as Muyeye turns this one from Taylor on the leg side, and they go through for a single. So Sussex 103 for 4 in their second innings against Yorkshire, still trailing by 34. At Bristol, Gloucestershire trailing Leicestershire, still first innings there. Leicester 402, Gloucestershire 310 for 3, so they're very nicely placed, but need to crack on a bit. They're going to force a result in that game, one imagines. Taylor bowls. Evison on the back foot, defends out on the offside, gets no run. End of the over. 150 for 3, Kent, then still trailing here by 126. Muyeye 104, Evison on 8. And Merchant Taylors, it's raining. Merchant Taylors in Northwood, and Northampton playing Middlesex. Play to resume at 2:45 at Derby, where Glamorgan are struggling a little bit. They're still trailing Derbyshire by 191 runs with 7 wickets in hand. And raining at the Oval, where Lancashire are in trouble against Surrey. Lancashire 236 behind just at the start of their second innings. Here's Leach bowling to Muyeye, drives out on the offside behind square. He's going to get 2 runs. Very good bit of fielding by, not sure who it is running out there, just have a look. Sliding pick up and flick back in. Ethan Brooks, athletic as ever, means they get 2. But Muyeye showing once again, as I suggested earlier, that he just intimidates the bowler a little bit with his his positivity and his presence at the crease, always looking to attack, but not this time, as Leach gets it bang on and he just pushes it back up the pitch. It was a fantastically interesting over, Matt, when he was on 99 and Leach was really testing him, but he was patient enough, and you could see how much it meant to him when he got the 100. And rather a nice little celebration, I thought. He indulged himself with a bit of a jump and a push to the air, but then took the helm off and a little bow to the balcony, which was not ostentatious. It was just done very nicely, I thought. And while I'm delighted for him, he's played beautifully. He can get out now if he wants to, but, you know, that shows no signs of getting out. That's a beautiful straight drive, and Tom Taylor at mid-off running across, thought he was going to stop it, didn't get there in time, dived, tried to flick it back. It was James Hartshorn actually, not Tom Taylor, and it had enough on it to go all the way to the boundary. So another is just glorious to watch. 110 already.
I think that's the mark of it, isn't it? We've seen some outrageous shots which you don't see other batters even in County Championship Division 1 playing by and large, but orthodox shots as well. As you're saying, that beautiful off drive. He's played some sumptuous cuts as well. Middling it really well. Yeah,
here's Leach again into him. Bowls and he's forward and pushes that out on the offside. There's no run. I'm going to tempt fate a little bit here and say, you know, we were talking yesterday, I don't know if you were on or it was with the other Matt, but about great turnarounds, and we had a game here which is forever known as Shantry's match, where Jack Shantry took Worcestershire from a worse position than this, batting at about 9 against Surrey, and they ended up winning it ridiculously. But you can imagine an innings here where Muyeye gets 250 or something, and somebody plays around him, and they end up getting into a position where they can threaten to win the game. It's that sort of a game, and there's 4 more as he just runs this down to third man. He is scoring at a phenomenal rate given the game situation. 114 now from 118 deliveries. There are no margins for error. I mean, that was a little bit wide of off stump. Another player might have left it, somebody might have just steered it out on the offside. Muyeye times it so well. It was a deliberate shot down to third man off the face of the bat, and he just scores at a fantastic rate. That is his 16th 4. He's also hit 2 sixes, and Worcestershire need to get him out if they're going to make inroads today, really. It's all about getting him out now, I think. This one's short, and Leach nearly gets to an unusual attempt by Leach. He doesn't bowl many bouncers. That was a good bouncer, actually, and Muyeye went for it, took it on, could easily have got a nick through to the keeper, but didn't, and he got away with it. But an end of the over from Leach. Muyeye is still very much the man to watch out there. Splendid from him. 1 man out today, Jack leaning for 27. But Muyeye, the chief obstacle between Worcestershire and further progress here. It's 160 for 3.
Yeah, it's very self-effacing, a real joy to talk to Muyeye, you have to say, and you could see what that meant to him. He went through, I don't know if he had planned a celebration, but he just did all of them, I think, at once there, didn't he? But it comes from emotion and not through arrogance. I think you saw that from how pleased he was, even the bow, just celebrating with his teammates.
It was nice. It was unostentatious, I thought.
160 for 3 as Finch comes in to bowl to Evison, wraps him on the pad. I'm wondering if that was bat on pad, the way he played it, and the body language afterwards from Joey Evison showed no twitchiness whatsoever as it's played into the onside. 160 for 3. So yeah, 114 from 119 to Muyeye. I won't say he's flattered to deceive, but just that he is obviously an astonishing talent. If and hopefully when he gets it all together, he could be a big star. To Muyeye. I mean, it's easy from here to say that, isn't it? There's all sorts of reasons and all sorts of bowlers that will try and stop him doing that. So Finch to Evison, driven into the offside, and there is no run, but 160 for 3. Evison has 8, 114 for Muyeye. So I hope Worcestershire fans will excuse the delight in Muyeye's 100. If you've been watching it on the stream, or if you've been here for the first 2 days, you'll know what an exciting player he is. Still, the reality of it for Kent and for Worcestershire is that Worcestershire look like they're honing in on a victory here, if not today, tomorrow, which could be absolutely massive for them in the status of this season. Shot from Joey Evison. That's a lovely off drive from him. Full from Adam Finch. And that has gone for 4 off the bat of Evison, who's batted, I would suggest, within himself, but in his development, if you and excuse me again, talking very specifically about young Kent players, we've seen that from him this year, that he looks like a batter that's developing in a composed way. He can certainly play attacking shots, but as Frank said, showing increasingly that he's able to occupy the crease. So I built them up, Worcestershire fans. There we are. I'm doing you a service. If there's a such thing as a commentator's curse, these two will both be out in the next 5 or 6 minutes. 164 for 3 though. Kent, still 112 needed to make Worcestershire bat again, and having lost Jack Leaning, as Frank said. It's Finch then to Evison, goes a little bit short, and Everson's flayed that through the offside. That's a lovely shot on his toes, showing really good hand speed through it. Back foot drive up on his toes, and that is 4 runs from Evison. That's a good looking shot. A little bit wide and slightly short as well from Finch, but Evison has 2 4s in this over, and neither of them are risky. He goes on to 16, 168 for 3. And Kent as a unit here are moving along at a decent rate. Time's certainly not an issue in this match. Back foot defensive from Joey Evison, certainly playing that ball from Adam Finch on its merits, and there is no run. I have to say, we've been talking a lot about the weather, a lot about the rain this morning, but by and large we've been very fortunate here at Worcester.
I think we've had the best of it in the country, probably. Yeah. Although, well, no, they did have quite a bit up north in the end, didn't they? But I think the north, the Scarborough and Durham and here, we've probably had more play than anywhere.
Yeah, it's that the Oval and the Utilita Bowl are suffering. Was that an edge from? Yeah. It is indeed. He looked nervously behind him. Joey Evison pushing forward, slightly indifferently there. Wasn't sure of where the ball was moving to, and did he need to protect his off stump? He tried to do that, and it's ended up a low catch. It's a good catch actually from Gareth Roderick as well, to his right near the ground. And actually, he'd taken a look back. Joey Evison, looking on the replay, he was not looking back at the umpire. He knew he was gone. 168 for 4, and Joey Evison goes, and that's another crucial wicket for Worcestershire. They're all crucial, but getting through the top order from Kent, you think very much, although there might be some ballistics from numbers 7 through 11. Otherwise, they could well be on course for victory even today. 168 for 4. Evison goes. Finch stuck to his task. He'd taken a little bit of tap, 2 4s in this over, but gets one to move away from Evison. Caught well by Roderick, and Evison goes in the end for 60.
Yeah, it was. I haven't seen the replay. I'm waiting for another one now, but I just wonder if it was a bit wider than he thought. He didn't really need to play it, but the adrenaline was pumping. He'd taken 2 4s earlier in the over, and he was maybe drawn into a shot that he shouldn't have played, and he has perished, and it brings Finch to the crease. He only made 5 in the first innings. Decent batter, of course, Harry Finch, but so much depends now on Muyeye staying there and keeping things going at the other end. Worcester will be quite happy to bowl at incoming players and players at the other end. I'm just watching the replay now of that one just to see if I'm being fair to Evison. No, I'm not really. He did have to play. It was a good delivery, I think, from Finch, bit of shape away, close, and fair play. And I'm probably not being fair to Adam Finch either, because that was a good delivery. He had real shape on it, and given that he's been hit to the boundary twice earlier in the over, very good effort. It's his second wicket, Finch. 2 for 27 from 6. Leach to carry on. It's a different game when Muyeye is on strike from when everybody else is on strike at the moment, and he is on 114. But steady inroads being made by Worcestershire. Still 53 overs left in the day after this, and the Kent deficit is well, not over 100 anymore. Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, just hang on a minute while I break off and watch Leach bowl this delivery, and Muyeye pushes out on the offside. So it's 108, isn't it, the deficit? So still quite significant, and Worcestershire will just exactly what they said last night. Just got to turn up, take your chances, keep putting the ball in the right place, and wait for it to happen. Not get too impatient, not get too carried away. I think it's really focused Joe Leach bowling at Muyeye, particularly when he was on 99, but you cannot get it wrong. You cannot miss, as they call it these days, as a bowler against this guy in this mood. And Leach is forward, and that's exactly where he wants to be, just on off stump. Muyeye just pushes it out on the offside. If there's a flaw with Muyeye technically, and I haven't seen a great deal of him at all, but I'm thinking back to when he was dropped by Libby. He reached for that one a little bit outside of stump last night, and just on that one there, just occasionally he gets onto the front foot and then he just pushes his hands a little bit away from his head and his front pad at the ball. Not that time, as he just drops it down on the onside, but when it's just in that corridor outside off stump, and that might just be an area that you can exploit as a bowler, but you've got to be spot on to do it, and that's the thing. If you get just a foot too wide, and he absolutely murders it. Gets a single that time, goes to 116. As I say, I think 115. They will be quite happy to bowl at the guy at the other end, I think, for the foreseeable future. 3 slips in place now, and Harry Finch, who was a victim of Leach in the first innings. No, he wasn't actually. He was out to Hartshaw, and it was during that Leach lull. This first one he's played defensively out on the offside. Another no ball from Joe Leach. It's his 4th of the innings. Extraordinary. I've never seen him bowl so many no balls. But it doesn't matter too much because of the situation, the run situation. The deficit's still 105. But he had 2 bursts of 3s, didn't he, in the first innings? He took 3 in one go and then had a little break, and Hartson got Finch out, and then he came back and got the last 3. Here is Leach again. Bowls to Evison. Update for BBC Haven Worcester coming. Worcestershire picked up another wicket since you were last here, Trevor. Joey Evison is the man out. He was caught by Gareth Roderick off a good delivery from Adam Finch for 16 to make it 168 for 4. But Tawanda Muyeye is still there. He was on 99 when last you were here. He's gone to his 100. He's carried on playing with a tremendous abandon and freedom given the game situation. Currently, he's the non-striker. He's on 115, and Harry Finch, the Kent wicketkeeper, has come out to join him. The deficit is still 105. They've got 53 overs left in the day after this one. Worcestershire very much hoping they can wrap things up today, I would say, but much will depend on whether they can dismiss Tawanda Muyeye. He's been absolutely superb, and any hopes Kent have of saving the game surely depend on him. 171 for 4.
The dulcet tones of Trevor Owens there on BBC Hereford and Worcester. Yeah. Fine fellow.
Here's Leach in again. Bowls, and on the back foot is Finch, just pushing back up the pitch. It's a totally different game when you're bowling at anybody else at the moment, from other than Tawanda Muyeye. 171 for 4, end of the over, bright sunshine, and I'm assured by my weather correspondent now that that rain on Breeden Hill is heading east towards Evesham and not coming our way.
Well, that's great news. I'll admit myself momentarily distracted as I looked at my screen and a social media feed there of a commentator that is well known to us in Kent, Machel St Patrick Hewitt, part of the Caribbean cricket podcast, but also a massive Bromley fan, and obviously they got promoted last season, and he's just done a panorama of Valley Parade Bradford, which is a huge stadium. I wasn't listening to, obviously I was listening to you, Frank, but it's just, you can only imagine how exciting that is for a team that have been non-league for 132 years after their
Absolutely.
supporters.
Yeah.
This is defended by Muyeye into the offside. So I know cricket fans don't like us talking football, but those bits of magic aren't there sometimes that sport throws up.
yeah.
And what an incredible season they had last year.
Yeah, they did.
They
It was
started well
great.
this year, and they get to go to those
Yeah.
big stadia in League Two.
Well, there was a bit of interest in the playoff and everything around here, because Solihull Moors are not that
Of
far
course,
away,
yeah,
of course.
yeah.
You know, pretty much one of the sort of West Midlands teams.
Not need to tread into grief around that defeat, but whipped away by Tawanda Muyeye. Bat speed there, and that's got up through wide, long off. Frank, you'll know better than me. I'm not entirely sure how, but
Yeah, I don't think.
No
Well, it
foot movement
it
there,
kind of was. It was bottom-handed, that
Yeah.
one. It wasn't the high left elbow and covered drive. It was a very full delivery, and he just got, as you say, very, very good bat speed, and just punched it really with the bottom hand. It was like a bottom-handed slap.
Yeah.
Chris Adams used to play that sort of shot a lot. The former Derbyshire and Sussex man.
certainly not an
Punishing.
orthodox off drive, that one, but yes, yeah, punishing. 175 for all. He's on 119 now. This one's clipped off his pad. He's played round his front pad, so makes some excitement from the wicketkeeper and slips, but he takes himself a single onto 120 now to Muyeye from 125 balls. 176 for 4. Harry Finch yet to score, as you said, Frank, before. The wicket they want, they crave, Worcestershire, is Tawanda Muyeye. But
It's just a case of waiting and keep plugging away and waiting for him to make a mistake, really, which he will do. And, you know, if the roller wears off and you get that one to bounce a little bit more than you expect, something like that, just got to be patient, not
But
get
also-
too down.
also it works if you whittle away what's
Yeah.
happening at the other end
Yeah.
as well, puts pressure on him to score runs or to keep the strike, as Finch just leans forward through to the wicketkeeper and there's no run. So it can work if they mop up at the other end and see if they can bowl most of their deliveries at Finch and the other players to come in perhaps. But 176 for 4, and we are at exactly 100 now, aren't we? My maths is not great, as you've already heard on this, this commentary, and I apologise to everybody for the agony of me trying to get 4 from 2 plus 2. But it's 176 for 4, so still 100 to go to make Worcestershire bat again. Finch faces Finch through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. I said it on day one, I'll go through this again. It's a veritable aviary of a match-up, this one, isn't it? There we go.
Yeah, Matthew Waite walking around in front of us. Good to see him. Hoping he'll be fit for the next game, perhaps next week at Essex, or maybe the one after that. He's had a side strain. Few problems with injury in his career, but played so well earlier in the year for Worcestershire in Championship cricket.
176 for 4, Adam Finch to Harry Finch, driven into the offside, bump ball, and it's fielded by Kashif Ali in the big floppy hat at cover, and there's no run. I was going to go further than that, say, but who will be the Goldfinch today?
Yeah.
There we go. I'll stop there right now.
Which one will it be?
I'm glad I
Who'll come
didn't
out
say
on
that.
top?
Get it to
Going
myself.
back to Matthew Waite, we have there's an
Yes.
award that the Worcestershire Cricket Association, sort of Cricket Society, give an award for the sort of moment of the year, really, or the kind of outstanding kind of moment of the year, and I think Matthew Waite might be very much in the running this year. 34 runs off the final over in the T20 up at Edgbaston, when he absolutely was inspired and just on fire last over of the innings. Muyeye leaves this outside the off stump. I think George Garton was the bowler, and he hit him for 5 sixes and a 4 in the last over, and you can imagine the atmosphere on a Friday night at Edgbaston with a full house, local derby, and from a Worcestershire point of view, magnificent. From a Birmingham Bears point of view, you could almost feel the energy draining out of the stadium. It was marvellous stuff from Matthew Waite. Absolutely brilliant ball striking. Leach in, bowls. Muyeye is forward, pushing out for a single on the offside. Happy with that, Worcestershire. Happy to bowl at the man at the other end at the moment. The lead is below 100. 6 wickets in hand. No signs of any misbehaviour from the pitch today, must be said. It's lacked pace all through the game, but it has been a bit up and down. But so far today, don't think anything's misbehaved really. A little bit of movement off the seam and the boulders have got it in the right place. Here's Leach to Finch. Bowls, and he's very watchfully forward, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, 2 Finches. I've never really done the bird 11, but I suppose that there must be a few others. That are great. Well, no Graham Swan anymore, but
Yeah.
it's one you could do on a boring day. Perhaps
Robin
not
Smith,
today.
I suppose.
Yeah, Robbie Smith, nice. Yeah, yeah, you could have that. There must have. I bet there's been a sparrow or two around in years gone by. And Neil Hawke, the Australian.
You're doing pretty well.
Yeah, we've started okay. Here's Leach again, pushing out on the offside this time. Is Harry Finch. Yeah, well, we'll have a little think about it. No doubt,
free to contribute.
People will start sending them in.
At Frank Watson 58 at BBC Ked Sport. KentCricket@gmail.com as well, if you prefer.
Yeah, players whose names are the same as birds. Must be a few more, mustn't there? Start racking my brains now.
Yeah.
Leach, anyway, known as the Bison sometimes in the Worcestershire dressing room, he's in and he bowls, and Harry Finch is turning this one away on the leg side, and no run this time. As Kashif Ali comes in from mid-wicket to field. Third day then, getting underway at 2 o'clock. Jack Leaning, the first man out today. LBW to James Hartshorn for 27. Joey Evison, second man to go, caught by Gareth Roderick. Low down to his right, off the bowling of Adam Finch for 16. Leach in again, bowls outside the off stump, and that one is allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper. 177 for 4.
Yeah, Kent making progress, but for the loss of 2 wickets today, so it'll again be Worcestershire's session, and in this division certainly you can't afford to have quite often to have one bad session, and unfortunately for Kent, Worcestershire have bossed pretty much all of them so far, and it's a late start today, but they'll be optimistic, I would say, that they've certainly got time. 50 overs the minimum of for Worcestershire to try and bowl themselves to victory today, or bowl them back themselves should they need to. Muyeye faces Adam Finch, 2 for 32 for him so far. Over the wicket now, bowls to Muyeye, right behind that and into the onside. It's Brett D'Oliveira bouncing in, bouncy stride to a field at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Finch is a tall and broad bowler. It's very much, if you were going to sketch out the typical, I won't say English, but around the world, I suppose, fast medium bowler, he wouldn't be far off, I don't think, his physique.
Long legs.
Yeah, absolutely. In a big stride before he bowls now. Levers it through to Muyeye, who tries to whip that away down the leg side, but it's caught by Gareth Roderick with
bit of a spurious link, but it did make me think, because he has got long legs and bowls a bit like him, or looks a bit like him in terms of physique. Glenn McGrath, who was called Pigeon, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Was
that's
his
true.
name?
There we go.
Somebody suggested Paul Pridgeon. You're not having that. As if I hadn't thought of that, Graham Baldwin. No, you can't have that. There's a Tom Pigeon. He used to play club cricket for Stratford-on-Avon. His son plays for Kenilworth Wardens now, I think.
Adam Finch to Muyeye. He's whipped that away towards square leg. And
I suppose you
could
could
hook that
argue.
with a single.
You could argue if you can have Swan with 2 ends, you can have Pridgeon. But
Well, I've got
see if we can get some more accurate ones.
now. You
You got
see,
some?
I've started with some. We've started with some puns, and the king of the pun on the BBC Cricket text page today, who's listening to this game, among others, Alex Hode, is just weighing in. You've probably got an 11 of your own there, Alex. None of them are true puns. True names, but close ones, a bit like the Pigeon Pridgeon. That's beaten. Finch, Harry Finch. Goes out the hostile. I was going to say, let's stop talking about birds for a minute. That's Finch bowls to Finch. Adam Grouse, former Kent wicket keeper.
Wow, good one.
Rouse, there we are. Chris Nightingale. Alex, thank you for that one.
Alex. Hello, Alex. Anyway, Alex Hode, good good chap. Worked with him down at Canterbury. Always nice to bump into him, and
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
keep in touch on Twitter through the winter, and he's often doing his BBC Sports stuff.
He's gone for I'll go for Steve Marsh Warbler, I think, but that's driven by
Good
Harry
shot.
Finch. That's a lovely shot. Despairing dive by Adam Finch, and there is no run. They are flying here. Steve Warbler. Okay, that's probably enough for the moment.
Okay, Alex.
Let's let the audience. They may even be able to think better ones than that, Alex. Who knows? I doubt it, of course.
We shouldn't have
182 for
started,
4
it's
anyway.
my fault. Good shot that from Harry. Nice way to get off the mark. He's taken a while. Beaten by the ball before. Obviously unperturbed. Bit fuller from Finch.
Yeah.
Driven straight down the ground. Lovely, lovely shot. This is Adam Finch all over. He's picked up a wicket. He's picked up 2 in the innings. He bowls a lot of good deliveries. He's got some real pace. He also bowls too many 4 balls.
You can see he wants to bowl full, and the one that, to be fair to him, they got Evison. It's a perfect spot in that respect, as Harry Finch defends that back past him up to mid-off Cashy Valley Fields. And as you were saying on the replay, you can see how perfect that was, is that Evison had to play it just outside off stump.
Yeah.
If it comes
It was
in,
a beauty. It
he's
was an
done
absolute
for
beauty,
if
wasn't
he
it?
leaves it. And but
Yeah.
as you say, maybe just erring on the side of over pitching during that over, and Harry Finch moves on to 4 from 14. Muyeye has 122 from 182. It's a decent percentage as well, carrying his bat so far in his 2nd century of his career.
Yeah, and Adam Finch yesterday caught the eye with the bat with that 43 off
Yeah.
39 balls at the end of the innings. He's such a exciting cricketer in so many ways. Has had a few injuries, carrying a knee injury at the moment, playing through the pain barrier, got to have a surgery at the end of the year, but frustrates the coaches, frustrates us spectators with his inconsistency. And I don't mean that in any way to be anything other than observation. He's a great lad, and we've got massive hopes for him. And when he gets it right, that he bowls really good wicket-taking deliveries, as we've seen twice in this game, in this innings. But just eases the pressure with the odd loose one. Unfortunately, Joe Leach has taken a long time to arrange his field here to under Muyeye. I'll describe it in a moment. As he bowls short, and Muyeye looks to flick it round, a sort of tennis racket smash shot, but doesn't get on top of it. Leach has put 1 slip in. He's got 3 men on the leg side boundary, 1 at long leg, 1 at backward square, and 1 at mid wicket. He's got a 3rd man out. He's got a cover out. He's got just 4 in the circle, 1 at slip and 2 saving, 1 on the offside and 1 on the leg. It's an odd looking field. I think he's going to see if he can bang a few in at Muyeye and get him to top edge a hook, or possibly not get hold of one and hit it out to one of those 3 on the leg side. Just for the sake of variety, however, having led the batsman into thinking that's what he's going to do, he bowls this one on a length. But that looks like the plan from Leach, who is not of great pace, not even of the pace he was a year or 2 ago, but he's a great thinker, likes to try and work players out, and he's got a plan in operation here, which I think is probably of his own making. Nicely bowled, on off stump, driven up to mid-off, D'Oliveira Fields. And the score stays at 182 for 4.
Just the sheer weight of punnage, I'm sorry, from the
I know,
Kent
too much.
cricket press coming at me. But Mason Crane will allow you, certainly.
Yeah, definitely,
as
that's
a
really
fully fledged
good.
bird.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Alex, that's great. A lot more puns coming.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have to. Maybe I'll just sprinkle them through the commentary.
I'm not having Steve Warbler though. Anyway, Joe Leach has complained about the ball again. He's not happy with this ball. He complained about it yesterday and was told to get on with it, and he's told to get on with it again. But he's looking at it and saying, well, yeah, it might fit through the rings, but just look at it. He's saying, look at it. You can see it's not right. He's clearly not happy. I mean, I do wonder about this thing. If it fits through the rings, it's okay. Well, hang on a minute. What if it's squashed on one side, but it still fits through the rings?
Well, I think England got a ball changed yesterday, wasn't there? There was not controversy even, but because the seam was all over the place, basically.
Yeah. It might be something like that, this one. Anyway, here's Leach bowls and Muyeye drives. Thinks about a single, doesn't get it. D'Oliveira fields. Tidy from Leach. He set this trap and he hasn't dropped it in short, other than the first one. I find this quite interesting. There's going to be a short one at some point. I'm pretty sure of that. Will it be this one, or will it be the last ball of the over? Or will he continue to bluff? They're not going to leave them out for the last ball, I don't think, because... Oh, in fact, they might... Are they going to leave them out now? Yeah, they are. But they won't want to give him a single. There's the short one, and he plays it well, actually. Didn't bounce enough through to cause him any problem, just rolled his wrists on it and gets a single down to Kashif Elliott. Deep backward square. Now I think the field will change. Indeed, it will. Hartshorn is coming in to mid-wicket off the boundary. Kashif Ali is coming in as well. Hartshorn coming to mid-on now as Taylor moves across to mid-off. Much more conventional field. 3 slips. Backward point, extra cover mid-off on the offside. But only 1 ball left in the over. Leach to deliver it now. Bowls, and he finds the edge. He's found the edge, and it's bounced in front of the slips. Bounced twice, in fact. Didn't carry, but found the edge of Finch's bat. So a good over from Joe Leach. Just 1 run from it. Very, very good. He's the one player who has managed to at least make Muyeye look a bit more mortal than he has against the other bowlers. 183 for 4.
Yeah, end of the over. I thought maybe that second slip was appealing for 1 hand, 1 bounce there, but yeah. I think just a late LBW appeal perhaps for that. 183 for 4.
Do you think it was off the pad completely then? Oh, maybe. Okay. So.
Oh, just because there was that appeal, and it
couldn't
have been through anything else. But it felt hopeful. It was 1 man who was on in the air. that was it, and no one else joining in. But
maybe got a bat on it as well.
Muyeye takes strike for this new over. 123 has short ball from Adam Finch, and he's done well with that one as well. He's just patted it almost down. It's a sort of truncated hook there. He's just angled it like I don't know, maybe a high volley from a tennis player, but gently into the onside. Absolutely safe. Takes himself a single. 184 for 4.
Have you seen the score from the Etihad?
I have, but I've also seen another score at the Etihad, which has led me to believe that reality has been it's been restored. Yeah, I was getting quite a lot of alerts for that from various friends. As this is Finch defending this up from Finch.
Nice start for the new man, though. Nice start for the new man.
Yeah. And oh, there we go. And reality is completely taken hold now. So within a couple of minutes of that first goal, we know people don't like spoilers on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah,
so there we go.
Yeah, we better not.
But it was nice while it lasted, Frank. Thank you for your sentiments. It lasted.
Yeah.
Well, 5 minutes in total.
It's a bit like Worcestershire's visit to Surrey again. There you go.
Don't make them angry. You wouldn't like them when they're angry. Is Finch to Finch? Harry Finch on his toes there, trying to guide it past Jake Libby at cover. He can't, and there's it's fielded, and there is no run. 184 for 4.
I think patience is an oft-used word by cricketers when you talk to them about winning games and what it takes to bowl teams out, to take 20 wickets and that kind of thing. Patience is an oft-used word, and you can see exactly what they mean by a situation like this. Yeah. Don't force it. Don't try and do anything clever. Just keep trying to put the ball in the right place. Take your chances when they come.
Adam Finch to Harry Finch. I think it's foolish, and he's just deflected that into the offside. Kashi fields at a point, and there's no run.
There's 200 and... so 48... working out how many balls left in the day, which might seem an odd thing to say, but I'll try and explain it. So 48 overs left after this in the day. So that's 288 deliveries. And you've got to get 6 wickets.
And that's pulled away by Harry Finch. And that's a good looking shot. It's just gone for 4 there, but yeah, got to the boundary very quickly. We mentioned yesterday we'd seen almost no pulls, and I think at that point did Muyeye pulled the first one off, but well, it was Brett D'Oliveira, but yeah, that was a decent shot, short ball.
Yeah, and he's small men often very good at the hook shot, the pull shot, and he played that really well. It looks. I mean, the other thing about Muyeye's effort is that the longer he bats, the more it is likely that Worcestershire will have to bat again, and even that is a psychological thing.
Finch to Finch, and tries to work this one to the onside. The no as Muyeye is backing up fulsomely. End of the over, 188 for 4. Harry Finch has 8, Muyeye has 124.
So if you're in this sort of situation and then you start to change the mindset of the fielding team, and then you go past the point where they've got to bat again, and then you build that lead a little bit, and maybe Muyeye's still in, and suddenly maybe a team that's started with a first innings lead of 276 ends up having to chase 120 or 140 or something, and suddenly they're where they don't expect to be, and that's how the unexpected results come about. James Hartshorn is going to replace Joe Leach at the New Road end, bowling to Muyeye, who was particularly severe on him yesterday evening. Comes in now and bowls, and Muyeye is driving. Oh, and there's deflection. There's a deflection onto the stumps. Harry Finch got his bat down. It's one of those where the bowler flicks the ball, not deliberately. They do it deliberately these days. So Tom Taylor's certainly done it deliberately a few times this year. I don't think Hartshorn did that time, but Finch was back in his ground anyway. But the most unfortunate way to get out, of course. Gets away with it. But it's a good shot from Muyeye. He hit the ball hard, even almost in, well, not quite defending, but punchy shots. They really travel. This time he just flicks it away on the offside, giving a bit of width down to third man. They'll pick up a couple. It's Jake Libby Fields.
I like the way he's played that shot as well. It makes the fielding captain have to think, doesn't it? He's working the fielders about just that run down through third man or backward point.
It's just a completely different game when he's facing. You get these days, don't you, where somebody just. Worcestershire saw it against Kai Smith in the One Day Cup eliminator at Edgbaston the other day. Young lad, never got more than 40 odd prior to that. Hartshorn bowls, and Muyeye swings at that one, takes him on the pad and runs through to the keeper, and comes in and plays absolute innings of his life and makes the game look completely different from when everybody else is facing. And that's what happened here with Muyeye. That said, he got a bit lucky there, because that could easily have run onto the stumps off his pad. Oh, we've got a couple more. Umar Gull, yeah, I'll have that. Carl Hoopo, I'm not having that.
Hoopo, oh, nice.
No,
Alright, no, sorry. Tim Wren, I've been given there as well.
Yeah, if you can have Glenn Pigeon McGraw, you can have Bob Goose Willis, that's true, yeah. Tim Wren, yeah, like that. This one's short, whacked away on the onside, but only a single. Straight to Finch at deep mid-wicket. Yeah, Tim Wren, I like that. It's good. He played for Kent, didn't he, Tim Wren?
Yeah.
Seam bowler. Was he a seam bowler? Big chap, I remember him. Was he a left-arm seamer? Didn't play that much, did he? I'll have to check it out.
Derek Pringle.
Ouch.
Okay.
191 for 4. Tim Wren. To check him out. I do remember seeing him play, commentating on him once or twice, I think. It's Taylor from the New Road end. Bowls, and this one, Finch plays that, I think. Or did he leave it outside the off stump? But anyway, through to Roderick. No damage done. And the score remains on 191 for 4.
On the button. Left arm seamer. Born in Folkestone.
Yeah, very good. 54 years old now. Left arm seamer, well remembered.
Yeah.
Dredged that from somewhere. 191 for 4. Remember a game at Folkestone once, before the Channel Tunnel was finished, Worcestershire against Kent against Worcestershire at Folkestone, 89 I think. This one from Hartshorn is played out defensively on the offside by Harry Finch, and there's no run. 191 for 4 at the end of the over. Finch is 8. Muyeye, brilliant 127. 2 men out today, leaning 27. Evison 16. And what I remember most about the game at Folkestone, and it was a 3-day and a Sunday league game, what I remember most is the wind. It never stopped blowing, and it was straight down the ground. Whoever was running into the wind was heroic for both teams. Neil Bell and John Warnett working with me.
Yes, indeed.
And
Classic combo.
Danny Kelleher came and did quite a few stints in the commentary box. Great fun to have him. 191 for 4. Changing the bowling. Tom Taylor is... no, not Tom Taylor. Ethan Brooks is coming on.
First bowl of the day. Yeah, none for 1 from 3 overs and 2 maidens. Andrew from Japan. Great to hear from you, Andrew. You're still doing the bird thing, he says. I'm afraid we still are. Here comes Brooks. I was going to say Finch, but no. To Muyeye. Needed him a Finch. And just guided out into the offside by Muyeye. He takes a single and he's on to 128 from 140. He says, we must have Martin and Jeff Crow. Of course we have to. Absolutely, Andrew. Thank you very much. Can't believe we didn't get there earlier. And so a single to Muyeye, 128. He has his 2nd century of his young career. 8 for Finch from 22, who faces now. So Brooks comes in. Ooh, he's deceived him with that one. Playing a miss from Finch, who looks down the pitch. There we are. Classic batting technique. He's gone to do a bit of gardening where that one pitched, but certainly deceived by the ball moving away from him there. It's a little bit wide as it finished, but Brooks then bowling to Finch, comes down the pitch, jams the bat down on that one and has to. It's a Yorker length by the time it gets to him. And if Brooks may have just altered his length, but it's done well. 192 for 4. Kent 171 in their first innings. Worcestershire 447. 276 to make up then, again, just to get to parity. They have 192 for 4. They've lost Jack Leaning for 27 and Joey Evison for 16 so far today. Another lead by Finch through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run around the crowd today. Little sparse as perhaps you might expect, actually. So much rain this morning, and Kent fans who are in Worcester getting in touch with us today and saying, what's happening with the inspections, what's late, and you completely understand that. Might as well, the city isn't very far away, the cathedral's not very far away, so you can hedge your bets and then make your way in. Here's Brooks to Finch. Good looking shot, but he'll get a single for it. Cashy Valley Fields on the one of the strips towards the right there. Went down a little bit heavily on his knee, but does feel they'll take just a single. And Finch moves on to 9 rather, 193 for 4. Kent here, and I imagine Frank, like myself, because we're involved with football on a Saturday afternoon normally, getting all sorts of alerts that not regarding cricket, and we're not want to be distracted by them. So listeners, apologies if that's distracting at all. Both of our phones going off at regular intervals up to mid-on, but there we are. That's life on social media these days, I suppose, isn't it? 194 for 4.
Yeah, it's understandable that people might feel that, you can't really concentrate if you're being distracted, but at the same time, interaction with the audience via social media is becoming quite important on these occasions, and I think it's just part of life, isn't it? I was sitting this morning in a little Q&A that Ashley Giles was doing for a small group in one of the hospitality areas here at New Road, and my phone went off. It was a bit embarrassing. In comes Hartshorn and bowls, and Muyeye is taken on the pad, drops out on the offside, but it was a phone call from another well-known sports journalist who's doing an article on Worcestershire and wanted some information, so I felt obliged to take the call, and I was excused since it was a genuine piece of sort of club business, really, so apologies to anybody that might have been inconvenienced, but there you go. We couldn't work without them, could we now? I suppose that's the simple truth of it. Here's James Hartshorn again from the New Road end. Bowl short, Muyeye slaps it away on the leg side, but the field is set deep. 3 men on the boundary. One of them does the fielding, and they take just a single. I remember on that subject early in my reporting career,
when Andy Hesson-Tyler was manager of the former midfield enforcer for Gillingham, was their manager, and my phone went off with a ping during a press conference. He just glanced at me and growled, "That's a fine."
Yeah. Yeah.
So, luckily he did take it well, with a smile.
Hearts on bowls. Finch is forward, steers this off the face, down to third man. Runs coming fairly comfortably now for Kent, and the likelihood that Worcestershire will have to bat again in this game is becoming, well, almost a reality, I think, as the lead is down to 79 now, I think. 197 for 4. And as long as Muyeye's there, that is likely to be the case. 130 now. It doesn't seem long since he was on 99. Just scores so quickly. They need him out. Hartshorn in. Bowls. Finch on the back foot. Blows defensively down on the offside. There's no run. There's no suggestions that this pitch is misbehaving whatsoever since play began at 2 o'clock.
Muyeye seems to have, if it's the right word, he seems to have settled in that he's hit some fantastic shots and did this morning as well, but he's just calmly taking singles and rotating the strike at the moment. It seems very straightforward as a game for him at the moment. He's seen the ball big presumably as well and working it around, maybe just taking a breather almost, but happy to do that.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, Finch lets this one from Hartshorn go outside the off stump. And Worcestershire, and they're doing exactly the right thing, I think. Brett D'Oliveira here is basically trying to bowl as many balls as possible at Harry Finch and be patient. And I guess, there is just the hope that Muyeye, if he's starved of the strike a little bit, might fret a little bit and have a go at something that he shouldn't and possibly make a mistake. 45 overs, still plenty of time left in the day. If they can get him out, could change things completely. Hartshorn again bowls. Finch pushes out on the offside. That is the end of the over. 197 for 4. Play didn't get underway till 2 o'clock, and since then we've seen, we've had 21 overs of cricket. We've seen 2 wickets go down, Leaning out for 27 and Evison for 16. A wicket each for Hartshorn and Finch. I'll just reiterate all that for BBC Evan Worcester. No wickets since you were last here, Trevor. Worcestershire 100, Kent 197 for 4. Worcestershire still a fair way ahead, but as long as Tawanda Muyeye stays at the crease, the likelihood that they might have to bat again in this game increases. Muyeye absolutely superb, 130 now off 144 balls. He continues to score at quite a pace. Brett D'Oliveira's plan is pretty much to bowl at the batsman at the other end, so when Muyeye's on strike the field spreads and they give him a single wherever possible and bowl at the man at the other end. That man at the moment is Harry Finch, the Kent keeper. He's on 11. We've got 44 overs left in the day after this one. Kent still trailing, but they're 197 for 4. And nearly the big wicket as Finch goes past the outside edge.
Yeah, he's just pushed forward at that to under Muyeye. Looked like with hard hands as well, hasn't he? And he's ended up with a wicket keeper, and that was uncharacteristic for him, wasn't it? Just looked, feeling outside the off stump. He made as if to withdraw the bat from it, but after he got to the wicket keeper, Gareth Roderick, it did look from the replay. He's a bit of a distance away from hitting that, but that's. Sorry, it's my over, isn't it? Brooks to Muyeye and driven into the offside. Got distracted by the update. 197 for 4. 130 for Muyeye. And Finch has 11 so far. Looking for the breakthrough again. Worcestershire, they've done so well in getting them with regular repetition. Although, as Muyeye faces 49 between Evison and Muyeye. This one's into the offside and there's no run. And 55 overnight and this morning last night and this morning with Muyeye and Leaning. He's carrying his bat at the moment. He's Tawanda Muyeye on 130. Bright sunshine now. This ground continues to be a picture, firstly, but an oasis of cricket these 3 days so far. His head's gone low, and as he shelled that, I wonder. is that a drop? I think maybe
Yeah,
from the
I think
fielder's
it
reaction
was.
it was very low and was scuffing toward him. But that looks like, yeah, I think from the fielder's reaction, certainly an edge from Muyeye. Ooh, yeah, it was more or less hands to ground, ball to ground, wasn't it? Trying to get the fingers underneath and couldn't. But Muyeye just flirting outside the off stump at the moment to the swing bowling of Brooks. He runs that down through third. Will he get 4? He won't. It's going to be cut off, in fact, by Adam Hose, thrown back in. And Rob Jones, who was absolutely fabulous, I think, could almost be forgiven for not catching that one. Certainly could be. Would have been a great catch if he'd taken it. But it took 4, was it, in the first innings? And all of those were very testing catches. And you feel if anyone was going to get to that one, it would have been him. But not on this occasion. 199 for 4. I suppose you might say by his very high standards, he'll be disappointed.
It's one of those where you'd have to talk to the player, I think, to really find out whether it was a chance or not. I think it was
in terms of getting
so
the
sharp.
fingers underneath.
Did it carry? Yeah.
But so end of the over, 199 for 4.
Hartshorn to continue and steered out on the offside by Harry Finch. I mean, it was absolute borderline, wasn't it? It was, you dive forward, you get a hand under it, and it's a brilliant catch, or you just kind of sit back and let it bounce, and everybody says it didn't carry. He kind of just got under it. He's got his head down now, thinking, how important could that be? Absolutely what Finch was hoping for. Hartshorn to the other Finch, and he's on the back foot defending down on the offside. He's got in now, Harry Finch. He's faced 31 deliveries. He's got to be the man that sticks around now with Muyeye. Worcestershire, for their part, stay patient, pick up your chances when they come along. 43 overs left in the day after this. I mean, another wicket now. 12 left before tea. Another 2 wickets, say, before tea, and suddenly you're thinking, yeah, it's going to be over tonight. But Muyeye's still there. Anything's still happen. Hartshorn bowls. Finch drives into the offside, 1 bounce. Picked up sharply by Libby at gully.
I think it may be a 5 past 40 today. So I think, I think
is that set? It's not the last day, is it?
No, I believe it is set because of the adjustment of overs. So we may well have a long final session. Where are we? Half an hour away from that. So we should get through 7, 8 overs.
Yeah, so it's not going
to be a mile off.
It'll be a 36 over last session. Hartshorn bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Finch, taken by Gareth Roderick, who's picked up 1 catch this afternoon off the bowling of Adam Finch to get rid of Joey Evison for 16. Not bowled badly, Worcestershire, but Muyeye just makes it look a different game, really, from everybody else, and he's intimidated the bowlers, apart perhaps from Joe Leach, who's taken on the challenge and bowled pretty tidily and straight at him and made him just think a little bit. Finch again bowls. Hartshorn bowls to Finch, and he works this on the onside to mid-wicket, where Kashif Ali is the fielder. 199 for 4 then. One only imagines what might have happened if Muyeye had been out for naught yesterday afternoon.
We might not still be here.
Yeah. I'm glad we are, because I've enjoyed watching him bat. I've had enough now, but I've enjoyed watching him bat. Hartshorn again bowls. Finch drives nicely up to mid-off. Leach fields. End of the over. Muyeye wants a drink, and he might have one. He really has played beautifully, and I'm only joking really when I say that. It's been a real pleasure to watch him bat. He's the most exciting young player I've seen for quite a long time in the county championship. I'd say 199 for 4. He has 132 off 150 balls. Harry Finch has 11, and 43 overs left in the day. So, what did you say? 5 past 4?
Yeah, I think so.
25 minutes left until tea.
I thought we got a window into the parental style of Frank Watson there.
Oh,
He
yeah.
said, we've enjoyed it, but we've had enough now.
Teaching style. I
Oh,
think,
teaching
yeah.
style. Oh,
Yeah.
fair enough, actually,
Yeah.
yeah. That's, yeah.
It's
That
a long,
does
it's a
make
long
sense.
time since I spoke to my children in
We've enjoyed,
such tones.
we've enjoyed your contribution, but that's enough.
Exactly that.
It's Brooks to Muyeye. Was that?
I don't think it carried, but
No,
we're going to
I-
have to
I
look
don't
again, aren't we?
There was an all, but mostly from supporters in front of us, I think.
It's
and
the way that
it's
Brett
Dolbear.
Dolbear stayed down that
Right.
has made me wonder.
Has he smacked his hand down?
Surely
I
not.
don't know if what we'll see on the replay is it's a stump-to-stump camera, whether there's a second angle we can see that. It was upish, yeah, fair enough, but can't see exactly where it landed. But Dolbear, disappointment, maybe a little bit of hurt as well. Very upright. Muyeye steers that out towards the point boundary, Yashi Valley Fields, and they'll take the one which will get them to 200 for 4. So 76 needed to make Worcestershire bat again here on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Kent, with the pictures as well via the live stream on Worcestershire County Cricket Club. And we're going to go through my script now. Also available through many smart speakers as well. You can just tell your smart speaker, treat it with contempt, and tell it to get BBC to get BBC sounds to play Worcestershire v Kent Day 3, or that you've had enough indeed, and see what it says to that. Driven up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I think the
204.
verdict, the general feeling is that the wanted Rob Jones at slip didn't carry.
Right.
But the wanted Oliver possibly was a chance.
Yeah, I did look at the trajectory from the camera. We didn't see his attempt to catch it, but
Well, the batsman was completely obscuring our view actually
Yeah.
on the Dolivera one. But that seems to be what people are saying.
Finch on 11. Muyeye has 133, 200 for 4 here. But then
Just signs that he's beginning to lapse in
Yeah, it
concentration
might just be
a little bit.
tiredness maybe at this point. He's 152 balls in, not today obviously. We've been going an hour and 40, but yeah, that concentration is the key. It's Brooks too. Finch just works that into the offside, fielded by Dolivera, I think. There it is, dot ball. There was I've said this before, but Kevin Peterson, in a way that only he can say in an interview, you know, the hardest runs are between 150 and 200, aren't they? I can't remember who it was that. I think it might be Nass Hussain just laughing and saying, that's so deliciously Kevin Peterson that only you could know what that feels like, to have enough experience of it. Very hard runs, between 150 and 200, or between 0 and 1 for many of us. 202 for 4. This one's left by Finch outside the off stump, no run.
Yeah, goodness me.
Hard yards. But you're right. I mean, this is a long innings for me. He's been only been in this way once in his career so far, and it's just as hard now, I imagine, as when he was on 33, let alone 133, having seen 152 deliveries. As Finch faces, and right behind that one, defends up to mid-off, and there is no run. 202 for 4.
What they're looking for now, Worcestershire, is for that effect of the roller to wear off and the ball to start just misbehaving a bit. It has not done so at all today. 50 overs have been bowled with this ball, and so far, since last evening, we haven't seen that steep bounce from either end that has brought about so many players' dismissals earlier on in the game, and it hasn't happened. So Worcestershire will be hoping it does. Joe Leach will be complaining about the ball again, and he's being told, no, we are not changing it. And he gives it to James Hartshorn. Umpires are trying to put them under a bit of pressure here, the Worcestershire fielders, about this ball, but clearly they are not having it. James Hartshorn about to begin a new over, the 51st of the innings from the New Road End. Comes in now and bowls, and that's short. And Muyeye has top-edged it, and he's got away with it. Oh my goodness. It's dropped in between two fielders on the boundary. They've made a bit of a Horlicks of it, and it's ended up going over the rope for 4. So yet another lapse from Muyeye, who's just definitely lost focus in the last few minutes. For whatever reason, it's short from Hartshorn. He's not the quickest. He's top edged the hook. It's flown up in the air. Two fielders back on the boundary, and they couldn't get there. Immense frustration for Brett D'Oliveira.
Yes,
Hands on hips at mid-wicket.
Is it? I think just coming together, and as you say, they almost ran into each other. So perhaps it's a good thing they didn't.
Nobody took any responsibility. They moved Brooks round there now. He's a bit quicker, but it might be stable door job. 208 for 4. That's on bowls, and Muyeye just runs it. 206, I should say. I always get the 6 and the 8, especially in sunshine on that board, mixed up. It's 207 now anyway with that single.
You wonder if
Muyeye goes to 138.
Just think a break might be a good thing for Tawanda Muyeye here, but he's a long way away from it at the moment.
Yeah.
Isn't he? In 20 odd minutes if it's 4:05, and further if it's going to be 32 overs. So he's got to find reserves of energy and concentration somewhere. But you're right, he's just getting a bit loose in the last few overs, isn't he?
Hartshorn in, balls, and that's outside the off stump, left alone by Finch. And Hartshorn walks through at the end of his mark, and I'm not sure whether he had a word, whether he's just feeling a bit fed up, having almost got the big wicket, but it wasn't to be. Muyeye got time to take stock now. No doubt he will be just saying to himself, you know, come on, don't give it away now. An edge to slip, a clip to mid-wicket, a top edge, hook, all of which could have brought about his downfall. One didn't carry. That's on again, bowls to Finch, and he leaves that alone outside the off stump. Going to try and get some confirmation about that one to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket in a minute, because our view was obscured by the batsman, but it was the fielder's reaction that made me think that it might have been a chance. We weren't sure whether it was clipped into the ground or straight into the hands of D'Oliveira, but the way that he reacted, having not gathered it cleanly, suggested that it was a chance.
Yeah, the replay suggested it was going upwards from the bat.
Yeah, well, there you go. That'll be it then.
Yeah, as it left him.
Hartshorn bowls, left alone by Finch. He's bowling a bit quicker for me, James Hartshorn, here than he did yesterday or in the first innings. Just running in, a little bit more purpose, maybe just settling into things a little bit more rhythm. Picked up the first wicket this afternoon I should say, 2 o'clock when we got underway. First wicket of the day when he got Jack Leaning LBW absolutely stone dead. He almost walked. He was out for 27, the other man out, Evison, for 16. Here is Hartshorn again. Finch on the back foot, punches through the covers, good shot, nicely timed, probably going to go all the way. No, flick back just inside the rope. They just get a couple. So 209 for 4 at the end of the over. Harry Finch goes to 13. Tawanda Muyeye 138. 41 overs left in the day, and the lead is 67.
Again, small victories for Kent, but if these two can survive until tea and get a bit of a rest, bit of a stare into space maybe for Tawanda Muyeye, just a reset as well on Harry Finch. Perhaps they can stretch Worcestershire a bit here. As Brooks to Muyeye defends it straight back at the bowler, and there's no run.
I have news. There
we go. I was going to go into an email from one of the Kent listeners here.
The word is that neither carried. Neither the one to slip nor the one to mid-wicket.
There we go.
But we do think probably that the one that was skied in the air, they could have done better.
209 for 4 as Brooks bowls to Muyeye. Defends it back at the bowler. There's no run. Bruce, great to hear from you. Normally in The Hague, he says. Bruce has been a regular contributor over the years on kentcricket@gmail.com. If you want to wax a bit more lyrical, as I like to say, than a tweet or a post on X, you're more than welcome to get in touch, whoever you support. Just a couple for the bird 11, he says, if only to distract me from Kent's terrible season. It's you have to laugh, don't you, Bruce? It's a single dropped into the offside by Tawana Muyeye. Oh, and that's a rash throw, and that might even go for 4 overthrows. And Tawana Muyeye doesn't need any help, it has to be said, but he's got himself 5 there, I think. Who was that on the floor? Jake Libby. That really is a strong shot at the non-striker's end, and that's gone all the way to the boundary. I mean, it runs on not at a premium, so perhaps he just thought, I'll take a chance, see if I can get Muyeye. But he will get 5 to his total. He does indeed. 143 from 157 balls. Fantastic knock. The big bird himself, Joel Garner. We need a keeper.
I did think of Big Bird,
there we
but
go.
I didn't think we could have that. Jackson Bird, somebody said
He says we'll need a keeper. Farouk, engineer.
Nice.
Nice one, Bruce. Defended by Finch off Brooks.
Dodgy spelling though, Bruce.
Rodney Marsh, warbler, he says. And of course we'll be playing with the Kookaburra ball. Nice.
Yeah.
That's classy.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
a classy finish from you, Bruce. Nicely
goes
done.
without saying that.
Regards, he says.
That we're using a Kookaburra. Yeah.
Nicely done indeed. I think I'm being called away for an update, perhaps? Oh, not quite yet. Not quite yet.
I think I've got one shortly at half time if we can fit it in. Half time in the football, that is. Brooks bowls, pushed away on the offside. We've lost all track of who's commentating and who's reading.
Yeah, I'm big
bird
pardon.
tweet.
That should have been mine. So Brooks bowling to Finch. I'll manfully and with great self-sacrifice. I will commentate on the last delivery of this over as well.
Perhaps we should ban bird contributions on email and insist that they only come on Twitter, of course.
Oh, there we go. Here's Brooks to Finch. He leaves it outside the off stump. 214 for 4.
End of the over.
Feels like that should be a full stop on that. But
I think so. Yeah.
You never know. There could be a better one coming along.
Bright sunshine here at New Road, and we're getting a little bit frivolous because I guess we're kind of just waiting for something to happen. And what I mean by that is I think Worcestershire themselves are feeling that they've got to get Muyeye soon. 143 now to the Kent opener, who's been absolutely superb, but there have been signs just in the last 10-15 minutes that he might just be losing focus. Just possible error on the way. Hartshorn in, hoping that is the case, and that one, there you go. Maybe what we're also seeing is just the first signs that the effects of the roller wearing off, because that one was the first one today that has really hit that area and climbed outside the off stump. Exactly what we saw from Joe Leach on day 1. Fizzed through to Gareth Roderick, and that could easily have found the edge of Muyeye's bat. Hartshorn, probably the best he's bowled in the game, I would say, Hartshorn at this stage. 214 for 4. In he comes again now and bowls, and that short Muyeye just slaps it away on the leg side. Swivelling pull shot out to mid-wicket for a single. Fielded by Adam Hose. In they come for Finch. The field is completely different when Finch is on strike.
Yeah.
Single to Muyeye, 144 now to him. Began the day on 80. So he hasn't scored quite as quickly as he did yesterday, but 144 off 159 balls, not bad going. Hartshorn again is in and bowls, and Finch is immaculately forward and pushing out on the offside. I'm now going to stick my neck out on the weather and say we won't get any further interruptions, because bad light might be a factor, but away to the southwest it's looking bright and clear, and that's good news from a Worcestershire point of view. 39 overs left in the day after this, still plenty of time to wrap things up, but one big obstruction in the form of Tawana Muyeye, and Harry Finch doing a good job as well, and he drives this one up to mid-on, and it's fielded there by Kashif Ali, and there's no run.
Yeah, it looks like actually it's going to be a lovely evening in Worcestershire, or Worcester certainly. I'm looking at the forecast to my right. 5 o'clock, bright sunshine. 6, 7. So yeah, hopefully light won't be an issue. We'll get all the overs in today. Who knows where that'll take us.
Hartshorn again is in. Finch is again on the back foot, right on top of that, pushing it out on the offside. It's good from Hartshorn though. Definitely, I think he's settled in to the best spell of his short Worcestershire career, which extends over the 2 innings of this game. He's been pretty tidy today, coming up to the end of his 13th over. His figures don't look great, 1 for 63, but he was absolutely mauled by Muyeye last night. Today he has been much more focused, and very nearly picks up another wicket as Finch drives at that one. Just again, signs that maybe the pitch is offering a little bit more help than it did earlier on today. Excellent stuff from Hartshorn. End of the over, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 63. Ethan Brooks to continue from the Diglis end, and I can't help but feel that this next 10 minutes or so before tea is going to be quite crucial. If they can get through without losing a wicket, it'll be very much Kent's session, but if they lose another wicket, particularly if it's Muyeye, then Worcestershire will feel that the door is still ajar.
Brooks to the Kent opener now, forward and defends it right on the full. I think I want up to mid-off, and there's no run at 2:15 for 4. He's been out there to under Muyeye for 160 balls so far for his 144, second highest score of his career. 18 fours and 2 sixes so far, but not playing as combatively as that suggests recently. It's a nice gentle cover drive. I'll take a single out to the offside boundary. Kent 216 for 4 now in the sunshine at New Road, Worcester. Elsewhere there's been, I'm sure you'll understand, you may be listening from somewhere which it's been throwing it down all day, but Durham against Nottinghamshire is going on a pace as this is driven by Finch and finds the man at extra cover, and that's Brett D'Oliveira, and there's no run. So at Chester Street, Nottinghamshire following on, still 177 runs behind Durham, 125 for 4, so Durham has closing on victory there. Essex against Hampshire, no play yet today. Neither in Surrey against Lancashire at the Oval, as Brooks bowls to Finch rather, who defends that one, and there's no run. And they are playing at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 66 for 2. They have a lead now of 164 runs. They're in their second innings against Somerset. Keep looking at this score and making sure that there's not been some kind of mistake, because my computer keeps cutting off the final digit of Derbyshire's first innings score, and I'll tell you why that is. As Finch defends it and there's no run, it keeps saying that Derbyshire are all out for 42. They assured it was 429. So Glamorgan on 140 for 3, trailing by 121 runs at Derby. Elsewhere in County Championship Division 2, Gloucestershire 390 for 3 at Bristol, batting up against Leicester's 402 all out in their first innings. Brooks to Finch, drives that into the offside. There's a bit of a cover trap, if you like, for that shot, trying to stop the runs from Finch. They have on that occasion. 13 for him, 145 for Muyeye, 216 for 4. Middlesex 250 for 7 in their first innings against Northamptonshire. They are 43 runs ahead. And finally, Sussex up against it, 157 for 4. They lead by just 21 runs in the second innings against Yorkshire at Scarborough. And with the new over about to start, I think I'm going to be called away very shortly, Frank. So, yeah, I think it's time for me to make way and a change of bowling. Well,
Brett D'Oliveira coming on at the New Road end. Interesting, having seen that over from Hartshorn where we saw the pitch offering a little bit of help, that D'Oliveira has decided just before tea to have a little go himself. Be interesting to see how Muyeye plays the spin. D'Oliveira is on and bowls, and he's forward to that and pushing back up the pitch. Got a slip in, backward point, short extra, ordinary extra, man cover on the cover boundary. And long off. Mid on mid wicket, deep backward square. D'Oliveira bowls on the back foot. Muyeye cuts away on the offside. He'll pick up one. As Stu Leach is in the uncharacteristic position of boundary rider out there in front of the scoreboard on the cathedral side of the ground. So Finch on strike. Muyeye goes to 146 with that one, and Finch gets a inside edge to that one, which might have been the googly. It runs away on the leg side and he gets a single too, so he goes to 14. 218 for 4. D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and forward comes Muyeye, pushing back up the pitch. And there's no run. Men out today then. Leaning 27, Evison 16. D'Oliveira in once more. Balls, and on the back foot. Muyeye looking to turn it on the leg side. Did he get anything on it? Umpire says no, it's a leg bye. D'Oliveira again to Finch. Finch on the back foot, defends, end of the over, tidily bowled by Brett D'Oliveira. End of it, 219 for 4. In the bright sunshine here at New Road, we had a fair amount of rain overnight, quite a bit of heavy rain this morning. Play didn't get underway till 2 o'clock. Ground staff did a great job getting the ground fit and ready to play. And Worcestershire made an early breakthrough. Thought perhaps that they were on a bit of a roll, but it was not to be, as Brooks bowls, and this is taking Muyeye on the pad, dropping down in the crease. So leading was out in the third over, but Worcestershire then had to wait another 10 overs before Evison was out. But since then we've had 16 overs, and these two have been inseparable. Brooks bowls and Muyeye is forward to that and pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's on 146, Muyeye. 18 fours and 2 sixes. Splendid innings from the young Kent batsman. I'm sure we'll hear and see a lot more of this young man as his career progresses. First time I've seen him in the flesh in this game. He was away in the 100, didn't play much, but you can see why he was picked up for that competition. Wisden School's Cricket of the Year in 2020 when he was at Eastbourne College. That one down the leg side taken by the diving Roderick, and there's no run. And born in Harare in Zimbabwe, but schooled in England at Eastbourne College. Oval Invincibles, and Kent debut 2021. He made one big 100 before, that was 179 against Northants in 2023. But this is only his second 100, and he looks as though he's going to get many more, and they're going to be big ones. It could be another big one here. He's got another single here to go to 147. So he's only passed 3 figures twice. The other one was a 179, did I say? And this one already 147. So when he goes big, he goes big. Got a single there, playing it out on the offside. 220 for 4 now. Finch, good support from the Kent keeper. Waits now and is forward to Brooks, who bowls outside the off stump, and he pushes it away. D'Oliveira fields. So it looks like we're going to have one more over after this before tea. 2 slips still in place. Hose and Jones. 1 ball left in this over from Brooks. Bowls and Finch is on the back foot, pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 220 for 4. Muyeye 147 not out, Finch 14 not out. last over before tea, I reckon we might get to. It depends how quickly Oliver gets through these. I doubt he's going to have enough time to get through. We are told that tea is fixed for 4:05. Never quite sure how the umpires make these decisions when there's lost play. So we'll have a long last session. Not too long, 35 overs left after this. Dolliver is hoping to get another one in. That one's blocked out on the offside. He runs back to bowl the next one. And that one's left alone. And he'll run back and bowl this one. Well, he might do it. He's got about 1 minute 40 seconds to bowl these 4 deliveries. Bowls, and Muyeye blocks that one. Dolliver will jog back to his mark. And he's got 1 minute to bowl 1.5 minutes to bowl 2 deliveries. He's going to do it. He's going to get away with it. I think he bowls, and Muyeye is forward, pushing defensively out on the offside. 2 balls left in this over. Probably 1 more before tea. Dolliver is in. Bowls. Muyeye is forward. Less pugnacious against the spin, or perhaps playing to make sure he doesn't do anything silly before tea. Oliver again bowls. That one's short and wide and cut away to Leach in that unfamiliar position of boundary sweeper. Throw comes back in. We will get 1 more over in before tea, and it's going to be bowled by Jake Libby, the non-spinning off-spinner, as I call him. And he brought himself on in a game at Northampton in the white ball competition this year and got a wicket with his first ball. And I said, great bowling change? He said, no, I messed the overs up. He was captain. He said, I didn't mean to, really, but I felt somebody's got a bowl and it might as well be me, and he got a wicket.
They could do with making up their over 8 a little bit as well here before the end. Worcestershire, they're
-3, aren't they?
Seamers dominated this match, and Kent just about did that, I think, in the end of the Worcestershire innings. But Libby then bowling to Muyeye, 2 away from 150. He's only been this way once previously in his career, but 2-2-1 for 4. Blocks that away into the offside with the bat. Libby comes in, right arm over the wicket. He's way forward there to Muyeye. That'll stretch the thighs as he gets a very long stride in forward and blocks it again. Then bats it on the ground. Libby, a bit more air on that one. Again, Muyeye is pushing forward, just trying to stop the spin in its tracks by hitting it more or less as the ball bounces. 2-2-1 for 4. Libby prances in again. Back foot defensive, this one. Shows a different technique to defend that one to Muyeye. We saw from Matt Parkinson there didn't really seem to be any appreciable spin, but you never know, do you? Like you bowl with a golden arm, as Frank was saying. Libby bowls to Muyeye. Just guides that through the offside. And that should be his last contribution of this session. 149 he's on from 180 balls. We've ticked over 6 minutes past 4 now as Finch faces Libby down the leg side. There's a gentleman's appeal from Gareth Roderick, who whips the bails off. Finch is inside his ground, and that is session. These two are together 4 and with Muyeye 149 and Finch 14. 2-2-2 for 4. Update coming up.
Players just leaving the field for tea as you join us, and no more wickets for Worcestershire. They picked up 2 in the afternoon session. Play began on this day 3 at 2 p.m. Jack leading LBW to James Hartsell 27, and Joey Evison caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Adam Finch for 16. 168 for 4 at that stage, and the possibility that Worcestershire might press for victory. But Tawanda Muyeye has been superb for Kent. He's still 149 not out at the break. Harry Finch is with him on 14, and although Kent are still trailing by 54 runs, they're hanging on in there. 222 for 4 at tea. anybody else in the Kent side. I was going to say anybody else in the game. That would probably be a bit unfair to Brett D'Oliveira, who also played with great fluency yesterday. But, good support from Finch as they're in. Bowls wide. Finch nearly gives it away, drives it a wide one that he should have left. Misses it, taken by Roderick. 2.29 for 4. But it is a lovely evening. Admission is free. There's a great market going on. I think it's still going on in the marquee. Good delivery. Or bad shot. Yeah. As I said, yeah, thank you. In the marquee here at New Road, a memorabilia market, which is interesting. Shirts, books, ties, magazines, scorecards, all sorts of things. 4 more for Finch here, I think. Off the edge, down to third man. Libby chases in vain, and Taylor concedes 8 off the over. So the deficit is reducing rapidly. The likelihood that Worcestershire will have to bat again is becoming a probability. And it's 233 for 4. Finch has gone to 24. Muyeye an imperious 150. Worcestershire need a wicket. Goes without saying.
My terrible miming was to indicate, I think, that the commentary on the stream are married up.
Oh, it's
again,
okay.
so it's
I beg your pardon.
on.
I thought it was because I said he shouldn't have played it, and then
beg your
you were
pardon,
saying, "Oh,
sorry.
it was a good ball," and then
No, I was just pointing at the screen to say it's
oh,
all,
that's good.
We are told it's back up and running,
Yeah.
so welcome wherever you're listening. It's my chance to say, as a man employed by the BBC, you could always find the online commentary online if you need to. As Muyeye facing Finch, facing Leach. Let's just clip that out to a square leg for a single. So yeah, via the BBC Sport website and app, always when we're on air. And smart speakers too now, we're told. Ask BBC Sounds to play your chosen event and chosen day. Worcestershire v Kent, day 3 as an illustration, it says here. Leach over the wickets, about a short mid-on now as well for Harry Finch, and he finds him actually, obligingly. Tom Taylor standing about 7/8 of the way down near the pitch, with his left foot nearly on the cut strip, but there's no run on that occasion. So Leach turns. All the advertising on the outfield at the Diglis end. Bowls to Finch. Here the grunt as he left the ball. As the ball left him there. Not sure if that means an effort ball or whether it's just customary from Joe Leach.
Not usually as loud as that, I don't think.
It's an explosive business bowling at reasonable pace in the county championship. 2-3-4 for 4 Kent. 42 to make Worcestershire bat again. They made a really good fist of this. As Frank was saying, whatever woes Kent have had this season, as Finch faces and turns this into the onside mid-wicket fields at D'Oliveira. Finch points his bat towards Tawanda Muyeye, and there's a no. We shall not run. Yeah, they've shown some real character, Kent, I think, with all the woes they've had during the season, batting collapses, inability to take 20 wickets in county championship matches. They've not given this one up without a fight. Partnership's 55 between Muyeye and Leaning, 58 between Evison and Muyeye. This one's defended by Harry Finch, and this partnership now stands at 66 between Finch and Muyeye, and Kent trying to find the pattern, I suppose, of Worcestershire, where they make so many double-figure scores and players that got in and made contributions. Kent have to be looking at probably something like Worcestershire scored in the first innings to have any chance of getting out of this match with a draw. A long way from that at the moment. A full day to go. Finch defends it back past the bowler, up to mid-off, no run. End of the over. 151 for Muyeye. Finch has 24. 2, 3, 4, 4 on BBC Hereford and Worcester. BBC Radio Kent via the picture stream of Worcestershire County Cricket Club, online via the BBC Sport website now, and on some smart speakers now. I'm paid to say. Sorry, I am encouraged to say. Okay.
They say at the end of the news, don't they? You can ask your smart speaker to play any news at any time by saying, Alexa.
No, we don't say that on the BBC.
Please, no. But you know what I mean.
But you can.
Ask your smart speaker to play BBC Home Worcester News. Taylor bowls. Muyeye taken on the pad. Pushes out on the onside.
I mean, you mentioned that name, and what I would say with the smart speakers is some particular brands will definitely work.
Yeah,
that may or may not be one of them.
Yeah.
It may be. In fact, it is. It does.
Anyway.
There goes my job.
I'm sure it won't. 234 for 4. Taylor to Muyeye. Worcestershire. Searching for that breakthrough. Taylor bowls. Muyeye is forward, pushing out on the offside. He's playing with more circumspection now than he has any time in his innings. To under Muyeye, 151 off 186 deliveries. The new ball is 17 overs and 4 balls away. Tom Taylor is in his 13th over. Comes in now, ball short and absolutely smashed by Muyeye down the ground. Slapped between bowler and mid-on. Can't really call it a hook shot if he hits it there, just flat batted down the ground. Don't bowl there, to me, is the body language. Just whacked it away. Cracking shot.
So that's one of the shots he plays that initially it looks like he's mishit it. It looks like it's a pull, but it's very deliberately, as you said, just slapped back down the pitch. It's
cross-batted shot between mid-on and the bowler. 155 to him now. Taylor is in again and bowls, and it's short, and he's heaved it away. This time it is a proper hook shot. Kept it down though, and Kashif Ali does the fielding out on the leg side boundary. 239 for 4, 156 now to Muyeye. Taylor is the opposite of Hartshorn in terms of his approach. So when I was trying very hard to describe Hartshorn's approach, he gets going and then has that little, it's not exactly a stutter, but his strides shorten just as he passes the umpire. Taylor has got one of the best long striding rhythmical approaches that I've seen for a long time, and it's very, very repeatable. Just steered out on the offside, this one by Finch, and it looks very rhythmic, and he doesn't bowl many no balls, and it's quite athletic, tall, slim figure.
Yeah, it's very smooth.
Very smooth.
Yeah, it's right, just sort of gliding along.
Brother plays at Surrey, played here recently in the championship game, did very well, both from Stoke-on-Trent. Here is Tom Taylor in again and bowls, and that is edged, and it's gone through. We can't believe it. Dropped at slip. Ethan Brooks, I think, diving up in the air, getting a hand to it, 2 hands to it. Actually, it's Adam Hose, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I have to watch the replay. 2 hands to it, punched over the bar really. And yeah, oh dear me. Between slips 1 and 2, Taylor kicks the ground in disgust, and another one goes back in. They caught everything in the first innings, Worcestershire, and in this second innings they have struggled. And it wasn't easy. It was between 1 and 2. I got the impression that Hose got 2 hands to it and pushed it kind of up in the air. Not exactly sure. End of the over.
Leaks to Finch. Well, that one rises off a length, and Finch will set off for a quick run. Well, I say he sets off for a quick run. Tuanda Muyeye is nearly cheek by jowl with him on the crease, and he sets off with Muyeye running to the danger end. And yeah, that one looked like Adam Hose almost parrying it behind Rob Jones there. May have even been slightly unsighted by the taller man trying to get his hands to it. Leach to Muyeye now. Single slip in. Bowls to it. Muyeye defensive shot. think he's trying to work that out to point, but just the shot late. So another replay of that. And my thinking is that Adam Hose might have actually gone slightly behind Rob Jones with this. Yeah, Jones has come slightly across him, but yeah, it's Hose has got hands to it, and that's gone. And that has been deflected away. So Leach back to his mark. 2 balls into this over, 2-4, 1-for-4. Harry Finch survives, whatever the analysis of that. Just gently nudged up to wide mid-on there to Tom Taylor, and there's no run. Yeah, it looked like from the replay, Hose was just behind Jones when he reached for it, and Jones reaching slightly to his left. Hose made an effort at it, but it was too high even for him, or as you say,
too high.
Fingertips.
Too high for Jones.
Definitely, yeah. The taller man just trying to make the best of it. So difficult chance, 2-4, 1-for-4, but as Frank was saying, they just caught everything on the first day. Oh, that was, well, there we are. Now that's a little bit of life in the pitch, I'd suggest. It's a great delivery from Joe Leach, and China Muyeye has more or less tucked the bat under his arm after that one, and is looking at Joe Leach, who's not engaging in any sort of sledging there. There was just a big puff of the cheeks and a turn round after that one, but that one looks like it's got a little bit of life to it. Oh, actually, that's just a really good delivery from Joe Leach. It's left Muyeye off the pitch. Good bounce and carry, I think, to be entirely fair though to the Worcestershire bowler. That's just a great delivery. Muyeye felt he had to play at it. He's missed it, plays at this one, rolls the wrists over it, out towards square leg, and they'll take a single. As fielder Ethan Brooks. Wondered who 77 was in the outfield, because he's been in the slip so long. It was indeed Ethan Brooks. So single to Muyeye, he has 157 now. 2-4-2 for 4, Kent. 34 short of making Worcestershire bat again, and we've got 29 overs, a minimum of 29 overs remaining in the day, and we surely will get through them as the light improves, and the forecast suggests it'll get even better than that through the later hours of the afternoon. Leach to Finch, and back at the bowler, end of the over from that defensive shot. Leach none for 54, Taylor none for 62. They're trying to stay as patient as they possibly can. This partnership now at 74 between these two. Finch 26, Muyeye 157. They came together in the 38th over. We're now through 64 overs with the departure of Joey Evison, caught by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Adam Finch. We'll get there eventually, leaning the other wicket to fall today. In the first 3 overs, in fact, LBW to James Hartshorn, 27.
Tom Taylor starts a new over from the New Road end. Turned off his pads by Muyeye for a single. Taylor, a frustrated figure, I think, having cut that edge in the previous over. And, well, let's put it this way. If Jason Holder had been at second slip, I reckon it would have been a straightforward catch. That's basically the best way to describe it. Through the hands of the jumping Rob Jones at second and Adam Hose at first, moving across to his right, got hands to it but couldn't hold on. Good bowling from Taylor. Finch the beneficiary, and he adds insult to injury because Taylor over pitches and he drives beautifully through the covers. Harry Finch moves on to 30. Good from him. Good support from him for Muyeye, who was definitely, I just get the impression he's just perhaps, and understandably so, just tiring a little bit. 158 to Muyeye of 193 balls, 19 fours and 2 sixes, but he just hasn't had the same energy and verve about his batting in the last half an hour or so. Taylor in bowls, Finch drives again nicely, good work by Leach. Big man gets down really well at mid-off and makes the save, otherwise that would have been another 4. I think Tom Taylor probably just about coming to the end of his post-tea spell here, and we might see Hartshorn again. Brooks actually doing some loosening up as well. Worcestershire being made to work really, really hard in this game. in this second innings, having got such a big first innings lead. As Taylor is in again and bowls, and Finch is pushing out on the offside. Dolliver fields, and there's no run. And they're still behind. That's the thing that's pretty hard to believe. You've got Muyeye's got 150 odd, and there's been other contributions from Finch and from Leaning, and they're still behind by 29 runs. But that said, it looked an enormous deficit when they started.
Yeah.
And they've battled really well. Taylor in once more from the New Road end. That one left alone by Finch, and through it goes to Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. Picked up a catch earlier today to get rid of Joey Evison off the bowling of Adam Finch. But that the only success apart from Jack Leaning being LBW to James Hartshorn very early on. And Taylor turns at the New Road end, moves away from us again with 12 on his back, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and down the leg side. Finch plays inside it, misses it, taken by Roderick. The end of the over, 247 for 4. Finch has 30, Muyeye has 158, and it was a draw at Carrow Road.
Okay. I think it's fair to say that the other half of East Anglia is not celebrating a victory or even a point today, but there we are. Economies of scale, we might say, or differences in scale of the teams. It feels rather like the other team from East Anglia have come up against Surrey, maybe might be a good analogy in the Premier League today, but there we are. Them's the breaks. Welcome to the big leagues. Here's Brooks to Muyeye into the offside. 2-4-8 for 4. But you'll be glad to hear, despite a strong contingent of yellow and green, talking about birds of canaries in the
Yes.
in the press box.
Well, only one today, 2 yesterday, only one today.
But there's not been an outbreak of any East Anglian sectarian fighting. 248 for 4. We've all got on very well. 30 for Finch. Muyeye has 159. And they're absorbed by a game of cricket here, and Kent battling to save their very existence in this particular game, or trying to work their way as this one's left by Finch outside the off stump. The possibility of a draw, which looked very unlikely, as Frank was saying, at 276 behind, particularly with Compton running himself out in the third over. It looked like, all ends up. This is going to be...
Well, Muyeye being drawn, I mean, that's still,
that's
you
true.
think back to that, goodness
Those
me.
first 3 overs, they could have been 2 down for 2. So Brooks to Finch, his toes just deflected out to Kashif Ali in the offside, and there's no run. But those are the breaks in cricket, aren't they, very much? And how often do you rue a miss like that? Particularly a stylish batter like Tawanda Muyeye has taken full advantage, and that's why psychologically cricket can be such a difficult game, can't it? As Finch works that past Kashif Ali this time, single taken, the white floppy hat flies off his head as he runs off. Bearded figure to field the ball. There's a single taken. 249 for 4. Small steps for Kent at this point, but giant leaps for Tawanda Muyeye, you might suggest, in this one innings against Worcestershire. He'll have enjoyed himself, certainly, with that 100, whatever happens in the rest of this game. Into the offside, no run. And full sunshine once again. A few high fluffy clouds at the moment, but nothing threatening us. And it's a beautiful day, so as Frank has said before, if you're anywhere close to New Road, Worcester, it's free to get in, absorbing cricket, beautiful sunshine, wonderful surroundings. Ooh, playing a miss by Muyeye outside the off stump, and he ends up leaning on his bat and looking towards the heavens. Brooks casts his eyes upwards as well at the end of the over. 249 for 4, Muyeye 159, Finch 31.
Cricket bat in the memorabilia today. Brian Lester, you won a cricket bat. Got to buy your own gloves, pads and helmets.
Have you heard that from Dave Bradley? Brad is on the PA here.
Somebody's won a cricket bat, I think, in the festivities going on around the ground, and they've just been reminded of that. Tom Taylor from the New Road End bowls outside the off stump. Good carry, but wide enough to leave alone for Harry Finch. 31 not out.
Yeah, Dave,
second highest score of the innings.
Dave Bradley followed that dryly with you'll have to buy your own helmet, pads and gloves.
Yeah.
But you have won a bat.
But you've won a bat. They're never any good for playing with those sort of bats anyway, the ones that are signed. Very rarely. But nice to have, nice to
lovely.
keep if they're signed by the people you want them to be signed by. Taylor bowls, big share, LBW got him! Big breakthrough for Worcestershire. Tom Taylor can't believe it. Harry Finch can't believe it. He's having a little problem. It kept low. I think that's what he's unhappy about. But there's no point walking down the pitch like that. You might as well get yourself off. I understand the disappointment because he's played so well. But that one, Tom Taylor finally nipping it back at him. Just watching the replay now. Yeah, that's pretty good shout to me, I think. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's height that Finch is worried about. Maybe. I mean, he's just disappointed. It's been a great. It's been
a really good innings. I don't think it. I mean, it looked a decent. It looked a decent shout.
Could it have been sneaking down from his point of view? As you said, it looks like a decent shout to me as well. But
anyway, he's gone for 31. Muyeye is still there, but the door is just opened slightly, isn't it? Pushed ajar slightly, and that partnership is ended. 249 for 5. Grant Stewart comes out. I think Grant Stewart will play positively, as he always does, but with the new ball 10, 12, 13 overs away, Worcestershire will feel that they've just opened the door a little bit, as they so desperately needed to. And if they could get Muyeye, who must be tiring a little bit now, then who knows whether we could yet see this game hastening towards a conclusion. I doubt it'll be today. 25 overs left after this one. That would be probably a very unlikely scenario, unless it gets to a sort of last extra half-hour stage or whatever. But it appeared that Worcestershire were running out of ideas, and they've just got a breakthrough when they needed. And you could see how much it meant to Tom Taylor by the way that he celebrated that wicket, because he was frustrated by that one that edged over the slips. He's passed the bat a few times. He's such a trier, and absolutely delighted with that breakthrough. As delighted as Harry Finch was disappointed. And Finch, it was the way he prodded at the pitch with such dismay that made me think he was annoyed by what had happened. I'm going to have another look at the replay and just
that's straightening up, isn't it?
It looked pretty straight to me, I think. The umpires have been very, very careful. They've given nothing up, really. The only ones they've given have looked absolutely stone dead, haven't they? Update for Hereford and Worcester coming now. As you join me, Worcestershire have just made a massively important breakthrough, breaking the 5th wicket partnership between Harry Finch and Tawinder Muyeye. Muyeye's still there on 159, but Finch has gone a battling 31 from him. He faced 95 deliveries, but Tom Taylor nipping one back and trapping him. LBW in front. 25 overs left in the day after this. Grant Stewart's come in to join Muyeye. Kent still trailing by 25. They're 249 for 5. They're actually trailing by 27, aren't they? But spur of the moment maths often lets me down. Stewart prods this one away from Taylor on the offside, and Libby dives in the gully to do the fielding. So Stewart not yet off the mark. One brings two, they say, and that's certainly what Worcestershire will be hoping. Big breakthrough by Tom Taylor, removing Finch for 31. 3 men out today now. Leaning 27, Evison 16 and Finch 31. They've been made to work really hard, have the Worcestershire bowlers, mainly thanks to Muyeye, but Finch a really good effort as well. Taylor in, bowl, Stewart leaves outside the off stump. Suddenly the tensionometer has been turned up a little bit. You can feel it out there.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of an expectation again, a bit of a buzz about the Worcestershire fielders, a bit of applause, a little bit of noise, support for the bowler and Tom Taylor. Gosh, he's worked hard for that wicket. He only got one in the first innings. To think of the wickets that have been taken by seamers and the fact that Taylor's only taken 2 for the efforts he's put in is quite surprising, really. Comes in now to bowl to Stewart, and Stewart drives straight up to mid-on. Fielded there by Hartshorn, and there's no run. The end of a successful over then for Tom Taylor. 249 for 5.
It'll be interesting to see what Grant Stewart does here, how he approaches this. Does he try and go into his shell or play his natural game and put runs on the board? Hope for Kent. Matt Parkinson and George Garrett have both shown in previous games early in the county championship they can stick around for periods of time. If they can do that with Tawanda Muyeye, they could build this second innings lead. Perhaps Alfie Ogborn is a bit of an unknown, to be fair to him. So, and Hakeem Jordan, we saw a very good-looking 20 not out, and when conditions were very different as well in the first innings. So, those are the hopes for Kent, but Worcestershire tails up. And Muyeye faces now and drives into the offside. It's fielded by Jake Libby on the run, who, from a personal point of view, might be quite pleased if Tawanda Muyeye just as an extra reason. If he, as Frank said, enough now, time to go home.
We know you can play.
Yes. Yes, no need to show off. You've shown everyone you can play cricket now. Here's Brooks to Muyeye outside the off stump.
Very good, but thank you.
So Stewart yet to score. Muyeye has 159 from 198 balls. Yes, he's been around for a while, and he's played some, as I said, some shots that very few cricketers, certainly you'll see on the county circuit, are able to play. A very individual style, some of those. In fact, coaches probably wouldn't encourage you to, I'd have to say. Brooks outside the off stump. Muyeye lets that one go, almost pads up. I was thinking about that slap, which looks like it's going to be a pull, but ends up going through long on. You talk about coaching. I mean, I suppose when you see someone with natural ability, the eye and the power and the timing to do that, that's great. But do you discourage them at points? You just say, if you could do it, then...
That's a really good question, and it's a discussion that I've had with a few coaches over the last few years.
As Brooks bowls to Muyeye, it's a lovely glance. Fine. Will Leach get there? He will. He's done really well there. Oh, made up the ground really well, and actually he's holding the thinker pose now because it's gone between his ankles as he's gone down there and off for 4. So 4 more, and 250 up for Kent, 253 for 5. But
you get a young lad now who plays a little ramp shot or something when you're not expecting it, and you know, there was a time when coaches would have said, "What on earth do you think you're doing?" I don't think it's even right to think like that anymore.
As Brooks bowls once again to Muyeye into the offside, no run.
I mean, Ethan Brooks would be a good example as a boy that I've coached in the past, and he's a fantastically skillful white ball player. And on several occasions this year in the T20, he came in and reversed his first ball, and it's not a high-risk shot because they can play it. And I think if you're going to grow up in the modern game, these kids have got to learn to play these shots, and it's up to coaches of my era, or maybe not quite as old as me.
As Brooks bowls to Muyeye, and looking for a cover drive, but leaning forward, can't quite get power behind it. No run, 253 for 5, Muyeye 163.
It's up to us to encourage them, and maybe even to learn a little bit ourselves on how to play these shots and how to teach people to play them, because They are part of the modern game. Doesn't take away the necessity, in my book, to teach them how to build a very good, solid, basic technique which will stand them in good stead, especially in the red ball game. To teach them how to leave the ball, which I think is a bit of a forgotten art. But if I saw Muyeye play a shot like that, I'd just say, keep doing it, mate. As long as you're not going to get yourself out and it brings you runs, just do it. Superb. Taylor bowls to Stewart, who's off the mark, just pushing this one away on the onside, and a single is taken. Grant Stewart then off the mark, did some damage in the white ball game here a couple of weeks ago in the One Day Cup when he got stuck in, particularly to young Jack Home towards the end of the Kent innings, but very different situation here, and he is happy to get off the mark and give the strike to under Muyeye, the senior man. Maybe not in years and experience, but certainly in terms of this game. Taylor is into him, and he drives sweetly up to mid-off. Hasn't put a foot wrong really in this innings since being dropped last night. He edged one that bounced just short of slip. He clipped one that we think bounced just short of mid-wicket. He top-edged a hook. So maybe that's to say he has put 3 feet wrong, but he's not given a really clear chance, and he's just played with an ease and a style that's easy on the eye and very easy on the scoreboard, although he has slowed down a little bit since tee. I wonder if that's an instruction. He pushes this one out on the offside. I really wonder if the coaches have just said, look, no pressure now, you've got your big score, just go out there and play. Just occupy the crease, don't try and do anything drastic. If you're still there at the end of the day, then not only are Worcestershire going to have to bat again, but we're going to be in with a reasonable shout of saving the game. Which is why Worcestershire need A, to get him out, and B, to keep chipping away at the other end. Here's Taylor in again, bowls, and again, beautifully driven, but straight to D'Oliveira at shortish extra cover, and no addition to the score. Proper innings from Muyeye. For one so young to play an innings that is not only of this magnitude in terms of score, but in terms of carrying the side, whilst more experienced players around him haven't done so well. It is quite remarkable. Taylor in bowls, and he's forward again, pushing out on the offside. D'Oliveira fields. Bowling figures for Worcestershire in this innings. Leach 17 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 54. Hartshorn 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 63. Finch 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42. Brooks 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 22. D'Oliveira 2 overs for 3 runs, and Libby 1 over, conceding just 1 run. Another single for Muyeye here, just turning this on the onside, wide of mid-on, keeps the strike, goes to 164. Total to 255 for 5. Kent still trail by 21, and Ethan Brooks will continue from the Diglis end. Weather set fair now. We didn't get underway till 2 o'clock. Ground staff did a good job mopping up this morning after quite a bit of overnight rain and heavy rain this morning. And Worcestershire made a good start, removing Jack Leaning fairly early on, but they've been made to work really hard for the 2 wickets they've taken since then. Brooks bowls to Muyeye, and he beats him outside the off-stump. A diving take by Gareth Roderick. Not sure if there was a nick. It didn't carry, it bounced in front of him. Judging from everybody's reaction, there might have been, I'm not sure. But Muyeye is showing signs of tiredness now. Maybe Brooks will just fancy that he's in with a chance. He's in again now, and he bowls, and he's forward to this, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. So Ethan Brooks, medium pace, no more. Good white ball bowler. Just tries to vary his pace a little bit. Just bowls a little off cutter. Tries to hit the seam. Slower ball. A big weapon for him in the white ball game. This is another full length delivery which Muyeye pushes back up the pitch to Brooks. And again there is no run. And Muyeye remains on 164 not out. Brooks again into him, make that 165 as he turns this one off his pads down to Joe Leach at long leg. Seems a long time ago now when Ben Compton ran himself out. This time last night, really, in the third over of this innings. Hadn't scored, pushed it up to mid-off, didn't realise that he hadn't hit it very well, and Tom Taylor ran around and flicked the ball back underhand and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Compton was well out. Bell Drummond also out last night for 5. Brooks is into Stewart, lets that go outside the off stump, and it was Jack Leaning who joined Muyeye then last night, but Muyeye was the man of the moment. He was 80 not out of 104 for 2 overnight. Leaning was on 26. That's the extent to which Muyeye has dominated this innings. He scored 165 of the 256 runs which have been scored. I've rarely seen a player dominate the scoring quite as significantly as that. Stewart pushes this next one from Brooks into the covers, fielded by Kashif Ali. End of the over, and Tom Taylor will continue from the New Road end. So a fairly lengthy spell for Taylor. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 69 so far in this innings. In fact, he's not. He's coming out of the attack as I thought he would. And Adam Finch is going to come back into the attack. Finch, who has taken 2 wickets in this innings, but he's been quite expensive. But when he has got the ball in the right place, they have been extremely good deliveries. The one that got Joey Evison, had to play at it, really good movement away from the right hander. The one that got Bell Drummond, an error of judgment by Bell Drummond, who allowed it to hit the stumps without playing a shot. Here is Finch bowling to Muyeye. First ball of a new spell is outside the off stump. Good pace, good carry through to Roderick. No shot offered by Muyeye. Glorious evening here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. A few white clouds, lots of blue sky, lots of sunshine, not much of a crowd, free entry. If you're only just up the road, we've still got 21 overs left in the day after this. Finch is in and bowls, and Muyeye hooks away to deep mid-wicket for a single. Hartshorn does the fielding, and the field comes in. They're happy to give him a single. Bowl that Stewart at the other end. And Stewart it is who marks his guard and gets ready to receive from Finch. Just 1 run to Stewart so far. Hartshorn dispatched to the mid-wicket boundary where he was for Muyeye, but had come in. Oliveira sending him back out there as Finch comes in and bowls to Stewart, who drives beautifully through the covers. He won't get 4, but he will get 2 as Joe Leach chases back from mid-off. Finch just erring a little bit in line. It wasn't a half volley, it was driven on the up by Stewart. He moves to 3. 259 for 5. Umpires having a look at the ball, because not for the first, not for the second, not for the third time in this innings, probably for about the fourth time, the Worcestershire fielders are saying they're not happy with it. The umpires have looked at it several times, they've put it through the hoops, they've said it's okay, and they're saying it's okay again. Joe Leach shaking his head in disbelief. He's been leading the complaints against this ball, but Adam Finch is equally surprised that they've decided to carry on with it. But the umpires are insistent, and Finch comes in with it now and bowls to Stewart, who drives really crisply into the offside, and it's fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. Umpire now making himself even more unpopular with the Worcestershire side. Umpire Mark Newell, because he's just having a word with Adam Finch about running on the pitch as well, just having a preliminary little look at it anyway. And Finch again is in, bowls, and Stewart drives straight down the ground for 4. Bottom-handed punch, but over pitch from Finch, capitalised upon by Stewart. It goes to 7. Total goes to 263 for 5 now. So the deficit just 13. Worcestershire will almost certainly have to bat again. Not a scenario I think that they necessarily anticipated, but not a great deal of assistance from the pitch today. Certainly easier to bat on than at any stage during the game. Finch is in, bowl short, and Stewart slaps him away on the leg side for 4 more. So Finch punished for 2 loose deliveries at the end of that over. Stewart is 11, off 11, and Kent now very close to ensuring that Worcestershire will have bat again. 267 for 5. Muyeye still there, but increasingly just sitting back now and having a little bit of a rest almost. 166 off 213 balls. Grant Stewart has now gone to 11 off 11, and Adam Finch still struggling to find consistency. Here's Brooks from the Diglis end, bowls, and Muyeye drives up to mid-off, fielded by Hartshorn, and there's no run. Field is very well spread now. They just want to give Muyeye a single, bowl at Stewart. Just not sure whether Brett D'Oliveira has got the exact resources that he would like to have to work with in a situation like this. Brooks in, bowls, and Muyeye drives. Brooks gets a hand on it, hits stumps at non-strikers end. Stewart was home. 267 for 5, and by that what I mean is a front line finger spinner would be very handy, I think, in this situation. Just a bit of variation rather than himself as a sort of backup leg spinner, or Libby, who's a part-timer, but a proper front liner would be very handy. Brooks in, bowls, Muyeye forward, takes a single. Happy to do so. 268 for 5. Going through the motions a bit now, I sense, as we wait for the new ball, 71 and a half overs gone, 21 left in the day. So you would anticipate that it's going to be a 10 over burst with the new ball at the end of the day, and they'll be hoping that that can bring a wicket or 2. But by then, Kent will be in front. The game is still very much alive. Brooks is in, bowls. Stewart defends, and there's no run. Kent have played really well today. I mean, you know, they're going to get themselves ahead shortly, and if these two could stick together and they can get that lead up from, I don't know, up to 100, 120, who knows what could happen in this game. Psychologically, that is such a blow to the side that had such a big first innings lead. Worcestershire keen for that not to happen. Brooks bowls, Stewart drives. There's a magnificent shot straight down the ground for 4. Brooks threw a hand down. I even thought he got a touch. I think he did get a touch, but still flown away to the boundary. Stewart drives in a characteristic way, very bottom-handed. See, he's a player that a lot of batters, when they hold the bat in one hand, they hold it in their top hand. The top-handed player tends to do that, but if you look at Stewart, he always holds it in his bottom hand because that's the dominant hand when he bats. And those 2 drives he's just played recently, absolutely superbly executed.
Absolutely right.
Not classically, but punched with the bottom hand down the ground. There's Brooks bowls again, and he plays this one off the back foot out on the offside, and it's fielded by Hartshorn in the covers. Another good over for Kent. The deficit now is a mere 4, 272 for 5. Stewart has 15. Muyeye still there, 167 not out.
It's not quite the same as the football. I don't think when they go in front they'll be celebrating wildly, but yeah,
it's still psychological.
It's a milestone, isn't it? As they take time, take overs out of the game. That's their job at that point, isn't it? Just to probably overs aren't so much the thought here. They have to get many runs in front to trouble Worcestershire on the final day. Finch bowls to Muyeye, goes for this one that's over the top. That'll be 6. That's a lovely shot. No, I beg your pardon, it's plugged. I do apologise. That looked all ends up like that was going with the back foot raised. 4-6 runs. Absolutely safe. 2 bounces, 2 very small bounces for 4. What's the trajectory of it? Muyeye didn't. He's under 171. 276 for 5. Scores level. There we go. Didn't think I'd be saying that. Certainly not at 2 for 1 in Kent's second innings. Muyeye on to 171, and ball is being given back to Mike Newell, who
trying.
He goes through the motions. Who's that asking him?
Well, they've asked about 5 times now, haven't they?
They're trying a different fielder each time to. It's not happening.
There's something wrong with it, I think.
276 for 5. Finch to Muyeye. Defends that one. Lovely looking shot that, wasn't it? Back foot came up over the bowler's head. I thought that was.
Yeah.
So I'd lost the trajectory. I was looking.
He actually hasn't hit many in the air, has he? Other than the hooks.
No, that's true. That's true.
Hasn't hit many in the air at all.
I was looking in the first 3 rows of the crowd, and it had nearly plugged just short of the boundary. So 171. He's 8 off his previous high score. Is Muyeye. Bit of a scuff that one back at the bowler. Toe end of the bat. This bat seems to be serving him pretty well. 171. He has 15 for Grant Stewart. So this could be, let's say, exciting for the crowd with these 2 attacking. Certainly Grant Stewart is, but I'm sure Worcestershire fans are thinking we've had enough excitement. Thank you very much. Yeah. Can we have a boring 5 wickets taken in the remaining 20 overs of the day, and we can go home with a victory? Thank you. Here's Finch then to Muyeye. Just one slip in for him. Bouncer. Well, that's interesting. Having said about those top-edged hooks, Frank, that wasn't interested in that one to Andy Muyeye. Saw the short ball. He's underneath it. And as you say, I do wonder if they've had a conversation in the dressing room at tea. I just said to Wanda, you're seeing the ball big, just concentrate. You can move it around with singles.
I think he's definitely gone out there and changed down a gear or 2, isn't he? I think.
So it was a flamboyant shot in this over, but maybe, as you say, that's a lovely way of describing it. Just changed down. As I say, that is a fantastic shot. So that's going for 4 through long off. Well, there we go. He changes up a gear again for that, but that is almost dismissive, isn't it? It does speak to how confident he is in this pitch as well. This is a very different surface, it feels now, isn't it? One or two keeping low in the previous couple of days, and more spitting off just a back of a length was the really difficult deliveries. Remember Gareth Roderick and Rob Jones on the first evening, just fending things off and trying to keep body and soul together. 280 for 5, a lead for Kent of just 4, though, that is. On the front foot, Muyeye, lovely stop that from Brett D'Oliveira. No applause for it. On the run, reaching down with his right hand at cover, and that's the end of the over. 280 for 5. Muyeye has 175 now of his 222 deliveries. As Frank said, 3 of those he's played errant shots and could have been caught at. The other 219 he's done all right. Stuart 15 or 14.
Yeah, in a sense, I was just trying to think of mistakes he's made. It for a young player to face this many deliveries on a pitch which hasn't been blameless all the time. Let's be fair. It's testament not only to his ability and concentration, but also to his technique. I think he's played really well. It's been good to watch. It really has. 280 for 5. Kent lead. Brooks bowls and Stewart drives. And that is a good piece of work at mid-off by Hartshorn, I think it is. No, it's Finch. Diving to his right to prevent any addition. Taylor. Yeah, no more breakthroughs, I'm afraid. Grant Stewart has come out and joined Tuanda Muyeye, and he's already hit 15 runs quite quickly, and Kent have actually gone into the lead, so Worcestershire will have to bat a game which didn't look likely at one stage. 280 for 5 now, Kent. We've got 19 overs left in the day. Probably see the new ball taken in another 7 overs time, and that will be crucial. Could be a tough last half hour for the Kent batsmen if Worcestershire can use the new ball well. But it's been a tremendous second innings effort by Kent, thanks mainly to Muyeye. Second ever first class 100 for him. He got 179 last time, and he's 175 not out at the moment. 280 for 5, 19 overs left in the day.
Big shot there from Grant Stewart. He's gone 6 over cow corner, and yeah, that was a lusty blow. That's the longest part of the ground, is it? Fielder is jogging over towards scoreboard square to retrieve that from a supporter. That was a lusty blow.
Longest part of the ground on when the pitch is there. I mean, Grant Stewart, as you'll remember in the white ball game, got stuck into young Jack Home a couple of weeks ago in the One Day Cup, and he smashed it to all parts of New Road, so it's not new to see him do that, but the ball's quite old, it's quite soft, bowlers are tiring a little bit. Brooks is a part-time medium pacer really, so Grant Stewart is not the sort of guy to hang around.
286 for 5, and a bit of a thinner contact. Actually, that's perfectly guided. Bisects the two fielders behind square. I was really talking that one down. That was a lovely shot from Stewart, perfectly placed. It's 4 more, and this feels like a one-day knock at the moment. He wouldn't be too upset with this, would he? 25 off 18, I don't think. 290 for 5, but with that will come chances, you'd think, for Worcestershire as well.
Yeah, but you know, when he came in, I said he's only going to play one way. I think he's more likely to prosper playing like this than he is just trying to stick around. And you just never know. It's got a feel about it now. A bit of a special innings from Muyeye. You know, you start thinking about massive turnarounds, and there are those games in history that go down that sort of route.
Stewart, defensive shot, no run.
You know, think about reading about it in 20 years' time. Muyeye, 265 not out. Stewart made a quick 100, and you just do not know with this game. And certainly, the pitch has been much less helpful today than at any stage during the game, I would say. So, who knows? Some years ago now, I have to look up exactly when it was. There's Brooks bowling to Stewart and drives up to mid-on. Saw Kent against Essex,
following on. Won the game there. I know James Treadwell scored runs in that one, and I think at that time it was the biggest ever in the championship win by runs from a follow-on. So yeah, as you say, it can be done.
Yeah.
It's still very, very unlikely. Worcestershire still heavy favourites to win this one, but 290 for 5. Kent making a fist of it, and once again, plenty of Kent supporters here. A good number have travelled to watch their team on a difficult season. This will give them something to smile about, I think, on day 3, and maybe a lovely sunny evening as well as they leave the ground. So 290 for 5, Stewart 25, Muyeye 175, they lead by 14.
Brett D'Oliveira into the attack. I'm not surprised with the overrate probably still in need of a little bit of help, and 6 overs left till the new ball. If I am surprised, I'm maybe a little bit surprised he hasn't used himself a little bit more in this innings, given that they've struggled to make inroads today. He starts with a ball which bounces a little bit more than Muyeye might have expected, drops down on the onside. 290 for 5 as the sun shines brightly and D'Oliveira bowls, and Muyeye goes back and drives for a single. D'Oliveira sticks a foot out, half stops it, but they go through for 1, leaving the field out. D'Oliveira at long off, but keeping mid on, about 30 yards inside the rope for Stewart. So he's saying you can have a go. Now he's changed his mind and he sends mid on back because he realises it's Stewart and he is liable to take him on, I think. D'Oliveira bowls, doesn't take this one on, and just pushes it out on the offside, and there's no run. Alan Richardson and Kadir Ali down in front of us, the Worcestershire head coach and assistant coach, and Matthew Waite with them. And I'll just be reflecting on the tough day for Worcestershire today as Stewart goes back and gets another single. Tom Taylor, the fielder, at long on. And no doubt they'll have their thoughts about whether they could have done things differently, or whether they're happy with the way it's gone, or whether they just feel that Muyeye has taken it away from them a little bit. D'Oliveira bowls, and Muyeye has taken it away a bit more, because he's pulled a short one from D'Oliveira right down in front of us, right into where those coaches were standing. Tom Taylor was interested for a while, but it cleared the rope, and it's 6. And that's where I was talking about the rope being too far in, because I reckon that rope could be back another 5 yards without endangering anybody, and
career best.
It would make it a better game. Career best indeed for Muyeye. He goes to 182. Sensational innings for a young man. To have got 2 first-class hundreds, and one of them been 179 and the other one 182 not out, is pretty amazing. 298 for 5, and Kent now lead by 22. Talking about the coaches and saying about how they'll be wondering whether things could have been differently and so on, they'll also have seen many more games than we have that have turned around. So nothing will have really surprised them. And you think you often get that, and you say to them, have you ever seen a game like that before? And they go, well, yes, I have actually. I remember this one, I remember that one, I remember this one, and it happens.
Adam Finch to Grant. Stewart cuts that away past Jake Libby. It'll be picked up by Kashif as he comes in round the boundary, rather clockwise, and Kent take at 2. Stewart on to 28 now, and I think they give those to. I thought they'd given those to Muyeye for a second. I don't think he needs that help. 300 for 5. Get the 300 is up, and that's the extra applause from Kent. But absolutely right, they won't be thinking this is a formality, those coaches. They need to guard against any kind of complacency. Finch to Stewart, and the offside. Bit of a cliched phrase, I appreciate, but as you say, Frank, you don't send a side out at tea in that situation and say, well, it'll be all right. We'll be fine, we're going to win this.
No.
Need to close things out if they possibly can, but these two again looking really secure with the bounce of this ball now in this pitch itself. Free to play their shots on occasion. Worcestershire trying to make it difficult. Stewart rolls that and guides it with the bottom hand as a quick single taken. And once Muyeye, who's an effervescent character, just looked a little bit weary as he came through for that single and stopped about 5 feet away from the stumps. And yeah, it'll have taken its toll. He's batted through this innings, 301 for 5, 182 on the board so far. Adam Finch bowls to him now and defends it into the offside. And I'm almost in trepidation of mentioning another landmark. He's got his career best now at going past 179, but what we will say is cricketers don't come this way very often. There's a tweet coming in that dabbed into the offside by Muyeye. I think echoing one of your sentiments earlier on.
Sums up the mood of many
yeah.
Worcestershire supporters.
Takes a single into the offside.
Not necessarily the language that I'd use, but yeah, basically saying Muyeye, he's played really well, but okay.
Thank you very much.
Enough.
Yes, yeah. We've had our entertainment from a visiting player.
Yeah.
He's looked good. He's played some exciting shots.
Yeah, we're
stop it.
We're feeling how people used to feel when Graham Hick went and did this sort of thing.
Yeah. 302 for 5 is Finch to Stewart. Full flow of the bat from Stewart propels it up to mid-off. End of the over, is that?
Yeah.
It is, yeah. 302 for 5. So Kent are 26 ahead of Worcestershire. So still Worcestershire heavy favourites to win this one, but 5 down in their second innings. Stewart has 29 from 26, so he's going faster at the moment than Tawanda Muyeye. I wondered if you were going to ramp your admonishment of gentle admonishment of Tawanda Muyeye from that's enough now to something a little bit more serious.
I won't tell you again. Yeah, D'Oliveira in and Muyeye pushes out on the offside and there's no run.
Was that the next one that came up when you were as a teacher?
I can't remember.
I will not tell you again.
D'Oliveira again in, bowls, and Muyeye drives on the offside. Good bit of fielding by Brooks. He's an enthusiast in the field, Ethan Brooks. Throwing himself to his right. Fell over in the process, but he stopped the run. That's the main thing. D'Oliveira once again in, and Muyeye is again forward. The extent to which he's not exactly lost impetus, but he was scoring at virtually a run a ball, wasn't he? And now he's 183 off 231, so it's quite different. 232 now. I mean, just to emphasise that, his 150 was off 181 balls. So since then he's been rather more circumspect, even though he's hit a 6 in the last over. Pushes this one out for a single.
I don't know what psychologically a coach could say. Words to the effect of "Don't give it away. You can occupy the crease. You can go on. You can score.
Try and be there at the end." Yeah. It might have been the case. D'Oliveira into Stewart, clips this up to long on for a single. End of the over. 304 for 5. I mean, I think try and be there at the end.
That's more positive way of looking at it. I've been negative, so don't give it away.
Was huge because if he is there at the end, you know, Kent, they're not just staying alive. They're giving themselves a realistic chance of properly getting back into the game if he's still there. If he's still there and they're no more than 5 or 6 down. The new ball's going to be massive, I think. I really do.
Yeah.
3 overs away now.
You're absolutely right. And 15 left in the day, so we've probably about an hour to go in this game. We lost the whole of the first session. Started at 2 o'clock today. Tawanda Muyeye has been there that whole time. Finch to Stewart, tries to whip that away. It's hit him on the pad. They come through for a leg by. Umpire was summarily unimpressed, I think, by those appeals. Was it going down a leg anyway?
I think so.
Can't really see it. It was a big swish of the bat from Grant Stewart. We saw the intention from him to launch it through mid-wicket. But there we are. The picture cut away as it came towards him, but the umpire wasn't impressed, and Paul Pollard is the man that's important in this respect. Finch to Muyeye, 184. on the board already for him. Adam Finch bowls to him now, and he defends that into the onside. I think Rob Jones liked that. I think that was the all from him. Nearly got him, Finchy. Dot ball. Trees around the ground being buffeted by a healthy breeze. Lovely evening sunshine. And Muyeye will be feeling full of the joys at the moment. 16 from a double century as he swings this one out towards, it's a covered drive. Perhaps hasn't got all of it actually. Past the man at cover, and that will go for 2 though. All the way out, new bat, or is it tape? No. Is he suggesting he'd like the bottom of that bat taped, or is he on an entirely new bat? It does suggest, wasn't it? It wasn't a clean contact through the covers. 186. Doesn't want anything to break his concentration now. At 307 for 5. Grant Stewart has 30. Finch to Muyeye. Defending. No run. And halfway through or 2/3 of the way through the 78th over here on BBC Hereford and Worcester. BBC Radio Kent. I plodded on my morning jog past Hereford and Worcester HQ today.
Yeah.
Down the river. What a place to do your morning or evening constitutional, up and down the River Severn here. There's Finch to Muyeye, swing and a miss, and that was an elaborate hook. Missed from Tuanda Muyeye, and he is just standing, looking off to point.
Yeah.
Penny for his thoughts, as he's missed that one.
Yes, that was a tired shot, I think.
Yeah.
It was a swish, wasn't it? I wonder if he's ever batted for this length of time before.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long the 179 was. It was in a mammoth stand with Joe Denley against Northamptonshire last season. I looked that up in between overs, but then he got 300 on that occasion. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Little clip, no back lift at all, just timing through mid-wicket. That'll go for 4. That is a delightful shot from Tuanda Muyeye. Well, the shot previously looked ugly. That was a thing of beauty, just perfectly timed. He goes under 190 from 238 balls. Kent 311 for 5. They've nudged their way ahead in this game now. Worcestershire still massive favourites to win this one and win it handsomely, but Muyeye has done a great thing for his side.
3 bats, I think, being taken out for him to choose from. I always think, so he's turned up for this game with 4 bats in his bag. He knows he might break 1.
Yeah.
I'm not going to break 2. You're thinking, well, I'll have 3 there because I don't know quite which one. Then that one. Amazing, isn't it? I only ever had, I don't think I ever had a spare.
Yeah.
I only ever had one with me. Oliveira bowls. This one's a bit short. Stewart cuts. Finch fields at short third man. No run. 311 for 5. One more over after this before the new ball, and then I think we'll see a crucial half an hour or so. Oliveira bowls, and this one is just pushed down the ground by Stewart. Classic example there again of Stewart, how even when he plays straight, the right hand is dominant. It's quite an interesting contrast between him and Muyeye. Oliveira bowls, Muyeye on the back foot plays out on the offside for 1, and will come back for 2.
You're right.
Joe Leach does the fielding.
This is his longest innings, so 205 balls in his 179 against Northamptonshire last
and with
year.
the senior partner at the other end all the time as well.
That's a very good point.
Different here.
Yeah.
He's held the innings together. It's been a massively mature innings. Oliveira bowls, plays it back up the pitch, no run. 182 then for 92, beg your pardon, for Muyeye. 192 of 239 balls. Sensational effort for a man so young. This one pushed out on the offside, and we're going to hear a lot more about him. It's exciting to see a player come onto the scene. You have haven't seen before, who looks to have such a great future. Just drives this one for a single to long off. So he's 23 years old. He's kept the strike, and he's held an innings together in Division 1 of the County Championship in sensational style. And when he writes his memoirs and people say, well, do you remember when you got that 330 not out of Worcester? And he'll say, do you know what, I was dropped on naught.
Jake Libby's just jogging past him there.
Yeah.
I hope he will not be named in that, but
it's interesting, isn't it? When I did Darryl Mitchell's book with him, he said that one of the things that he remembered was a big 100 he got in the second team, which got him into the first team. He said, if I hadn't got that 100 in the second team, I'd never have got into the first team. Might never have had the career I had. And in that game, I was caught in the gully for naught off Stuart Broad, and it was a no ball. And if Stuart Broad hadn't overstepped by 1 centimetre, who knows?
Yeah.
Libby to bowl.
That's why psychologically it can be such a difficult game, this one. And Libby to Muyeye is batted over 3 hours now for his 193 in total, I should say. 242 balls, 315 for 5 here. That's Libby to Muyeye on the back foot. This is the last ball before the new ball becomes available. At last over, I should say. I'll be nipping off to update BBC Radio Kent listeners with the latest from this one very shortly after this over is done. On the back foot, clipped away by Tawanda Muyeye. He's on 194 now. Grant Stewart 31 from 30 balls. As Kent, I say build a lead. It's not really a case of that, is it? They've nudged in front at this point. It's marginal, the lead by 40 now. As that one, as Frank was saying, you see the bottom hand in that, guiding that from Grant Stewart up to long on. They take a single. Might as well take the runs while they're available from Libby, because there'll be more severe tests to come, I'm sure, with the new ball. Given a bit of flight by Libby. Long stretch forward from Tawanda Muyeye to defend that one. Last ball of the 80th over, 317 for 5. Kent. Libby bowls to Muyeye on the back foot. Clips that past the stumps. Takes himself a single. He's on to 195. Stewart has 32. And the score 318 for 5.
Thanks to Matt Cole. Goes off to update the listeners to BBC Radio Kent. And they'll be encouraged, no doubt, the listeners to BBC Radio Kent, by the fact that their boys are making a fight of it. And despite having conceded a first innings lead of 276, they will make Worcestershire bat again. They now lead by 42. And the new ball is being taken and entrusted to Tom Taylor, the quickest of the Worcestershire bowlers. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 69 so far for Taylor. Probably a little bit unfortunate not to have taken more than 2 wickets in the game. I think he's probably bowled better than that. But it is what it is. And there is still work to be done, and it can still change significantly tonight if Worcestershire can pick up another wicket or 2, and no reason why they shouldn't feel that they've got every chance of doing that with the new ball. 2 slips in place. Muyeye on strike, 195 not out, career best for him. When he goes big, this boy, he goes big. 179 at Northampton last year, and he drives the first ball with the new ball on the offside, and there's no run. Well, they've been trying to change the ball for the last 2 sessions, Worcestershire, to no avail, and finally they've got their hands on a new one. But batting on this pitch has been more straightforward today, I would suggest, than at any time on days 1 and 2. To be fair, when Muyeye's batting, it's looked pretty straightforward most of the time. He clips this one away in the air on the leg side over mid-wicket, and it won't quite get to the rope. Flicked back inside by James Hartshorn, and Brett D'Oliveira completes the fielding just literally an inch or two inside the rope, so just 2 for Muyeye, but 2 more to him. 197 now to him, literally 1 shot away from a first ever double hundred, already a career best. And who would have thought when we saw the first 2 innings on this game that somebody was going to go out there and score a double hundred. Taylor in, bowls, and he's pushing this out on the offside for a single. Muyeye, 198 now to him, 321 for 5, and everybody was getting a bit excited when Tom Taylor picked up Harry Finch's wicket. Well, Grant Stewart's come in and been equally positive, and they've already put on 73 for this 6th wicket. Worcestershire are really being made to work here. They're being tested out there in all sorts of ways, and Tom Taylor, with the new ball in his hand, trying to respond. Moves away from us again now. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Stewart, taken by Roderick, who's been tidy as ever behind the stumps. No byes, 12 extras in this innings, 2 leg byes and 10 that have accrued from no balls. 5 times the bowlers have overstepped. Joe Leach on 4 occasions, Ethan Brooks on 1. 321 for 5. Stewart 32. Muyeye 198. Taylor bowls. LBW shout against Stewart. Good shout, I thought. Kept a bit low, but umpire says not out. Maybe just running down the leg side. Fairly confident shout. Taylor had one upheld earlier when he got Harry Finch. And we also saw an LBW earlier today when Jack Leaning went in the 3rd over of the day to James Hartshorn. That certainly did look absolutely plumb. But no success for Taylor on that occasion. He moves in again now, in the sunshine, and bowls, and Stewart turning this one on the leg side. Take on the glove, I think, just to pull his hand away from that. They go back for a second run. He has to dive to get in. Taylor is kicking away at the ground in annoyance at the end of that over. That last one maybe just bounced a bit more than Stewart expected, but he picks up a couple. 34 off 34. Good stuff again from big Grant Stewart. Often has done well against Worcestershire with the bat. Western Australian by birth, English qualified, because he's got an Italian mother. Grant Stewart, Italian international though, and a good cricketer, good bowler, good positive batsman, and he's played a good hand here. Joe Leach will share the new ball with Tom Taylor in the sunshine. 11 overs left in the day, and he's bowling to Muyeye, 2 runs short of a maiden double hundred. There certainly is. It's Tawanda Muyeye. He is on 198 as we speak. In fact, he's just gone on to 199, clipping Joe Leach away for a single on the leg side. The new ball has been taken. We've got 10 overs left in the day after this one, and Kent have moved into the lead. They are just about 40 runs ahead now. 324 for 5. Game very much on. It's all about Tawanda Muyeye. 199 not out. In the evening sunshine, liable to bring about his first ever double hundred. Leach bowls to Stewart, clipped away on the leg side and fielded by D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. 324 for 5. Kent having moved into the lead, 48 ahead now, and well, a tremendous effort has been by Muyeye. Leach, however, concerned with bowling at Grant Stewart at the moment, is in and bowls, and Stewart is pushing this one up to mid-on for a single, so Muyeye will be on strike. 1 run needed for a maiden double 100. Magnificent effort from him. Best, most exciting young player I've seen for a long time, I think. And can't really complain about his performance, even if you're a Worcestershire supporter who's dropped without scoring. My goodness me, this is how to make a team pay for letting you off the hook. Leach bowls, and there it is as Muyeye plays it down on the offside. Jake Libby fields. They're through for a single. He's absolutely over the moon, Muyeye, running around in celebration, and the Worcestershire fielders applaud. A brilliant performance from Tawanda Muyeye. 200 not out for the young man. Relatively new to the game. In away in the 100, didn't play much in that. Regarded as a dangerous white ball player, crashed it around in the first innings here when nobody else was able to do much with it. And despite being dropped on naught in this second innings, has made a double 100 off 252 balls. And this next ball from Leach is picked up over mid-wicket by Grant Stewart for 6. And the game is, at the moment, just being taken away from Worcestershire a little bit by these two. This partnership for the 6th wicket is now just 17 runs short of 100, so they've put it 83 on so far for this 6th wicket. The new ball has been taken. Grant Stewart's decided to take it on, and it has to be said that when we were criticising, well, perhaps not criticising, but observing that the Kent body language towards the end of the day yesterday was a little bit indicative of their failing spirits. I think the same would now be true of the Worcestershire body language. There's a lot of bowed heads, hands in pockets, and thoughtful observation going on out there. Meanwhile, Kent are imposing themselves. Muyeye just getting a drink while the umpires inspect some damage to the ball that was done by it being dispatched onto the tarmac over by the nets. And Kent are 56 runs ahead now with 5 wickets remaining and 11 overs left in the day. So excellent stuff from Grant Stewart. 41 none out of 37. Muyeye 200 of 252 balls, 23 fours and 3 sixes, and they are going to change the ball. And Worcestershire a bit down at the moment, it must be said, trailing by 56, and a game that at one point many people thought might be over today is now not only going into tomorrow, but it's going into tomorrow with all possible results on the table, and that did not look likely when that first innings lead was established. Such is cricket. We've seen it before, we've talked about it, seen many games that have turned around. Sometimes when somebody plays a magnificent innings like this, or perhaps when a pitch changes in character, and this one certainly has changed in character. These are the sort of factors that produce these remarkable turnaround cricket games, and we could be witnessing something like that at the moment, as Worcestershire particularly have lost their way a little bit on this third day. Here's Leach again, bowls, and Stewart turns this on the leg side. Dolliver fields, end of the over. If ever a team needed a little boost, it's Worcestershire now. Somebody to do something, bring off a brilliant catch, effect a brilliant run out, something like that. Just something needed to lift the spirits. Will it be Tom Taylor to do that? 332 for 5. The new ball has been taken, but so far it's not really made any difference at all. And Grant Stewart, in his own way, has played a really significant innings here, because he's just allowed Muyeye to calmly reach that 200, and he's taken the pressure off him a bit. Taylor bowls, and well, that's the shot of a man who's just got 200, and he's almost had enough, because he's absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at that one outside the off stump and missed it by about a foot, and it's gone through to Roderick. Don't think he's going to mess around now, but actually what I said earlier about what they might have said to him at tea stands even more now. You've only got to bat for another 9.5 overs, and then you can have a nice bath and come back tomorrow and win the game for us. Here's Taylor in again to Muyeye, bowls, and he's clipping this one away off his pads for a single. It's been a sensational innings.
Yeah. Is that a nice bath or an ice bath?
Well, if it were me, it would be a nice hot bath.
Yes. Yeah.
But if it's him, it's probably an ice bath.
Goodness me. Yeah, fantastic innings. I was away from the commentary for a bit, but obviously on the BBC Radio Kent late in their sports show, trying to get the news of Twanda's.
He was on 199 when I did my last one. So
yeah. Awesome.
Just been brilliant.
Yeah. 333 for 5 now. Taylor comes in and Stewart shoulders arms, and I finished that report with, and Grant Stewart's just hit a 6, but it's like, it's rare that you would say that, and it would be a sort of anti-climax to the report, but there we go. So Worcestershire still, by and large, should win this game, and they should win it comfortably as well. A whole day to come, but
bit of weather in the forecast tomorrow.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Stewart has played the way that we expected him to as well. 41 from 39 balls, and actually that's been working. I almost talked him out there. Big appeal. I think the press benches to our right got excited about that. I'm not sure if they can see it better than we can, or whether it's just wishful thinking, but that's.
I think you're right. I mean, what they've got to say in the Worcestershire dressing room is, or in the team, or in the huddle, or whatever, the message that's got to be out there is that, at the moment, guys, where it's a one innings game and these guys are 57 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a negligible lead at this point, and on a flat pitch, if they can just eke out some runs, that got to be close. It is. He goes. Grant Stewart, it must be LBW. They're celebrating with Tom Taylor.
You haven't got the live stream.
And just see the replay here. I'd say Grant Stewart disputed that. Yeah, if he's got pad in front.
He's got that one going back in as he does with the new ball. I don't think so.
I don't think it was a catch. Surely that's an LBW.
Unless he got a nick on it.
Oh, did he get a nick? Beg your pardon. See if I can wind back to that.
It was a sort of second appeal, wasn't it?
It was. Fifth ball of the... Yeah, so look at that very second. Dave Bradley's eyes.
Well, I think he's with the scorer, so they might have asked the umpire. I would imagine on the walkie-talkie.
Yes.
So.
Which way is it gone? We'll get a replay of this now. Tom Taylor coming in, but I was looking at, if it hit, then it would have been in front for Grant Stewart. Let's have a look at this again.
He's got a nick on
it.
He's got a nick on it, and it's lobbed through. It was a kind of delayed appeal as well, I thought. But they started to appeal for the LBW, and then as Roderick caught it, everybody kind of went up and joined in. I thought it was LBW as well at first. And Muyeye's innings looks even more
Yeah,
extraordinary
it's
now.
me, yeah.
Matt Parkinson coming out to join him. But Tom Taylor, importantly, looking at that, he's got the ability to get that late in swing with the new ball sometimes. He did it with the white ball a little bit just in the first few overs of various innings in various competitions this year, and it just looked to me as though that one sort of tailed back in a little bit. And he had that shout the ball before, so Matt Parkinson might be getting the same sort of treatment here. And Worcestershire will sense if they can open up the other end again now, which is what they weren't able to do when Stewart was there.
Yeah.
That they could make some steps in
Taylor,
these last few overs.
Last ball of the 83rd over. Matt Parkinson,
Yeah.
forward defensive. End of the over, 3-3-3 for 6, an 84 partnership. But once again, you look at that lead and it's just 57 and they are 6 down now, Kent. 10 overs remaining. How deep would they have to go for us to have an extra?
Yeah. And
Would it be 8 down?
yeah, probably,
Maybe.
I think. And the other thing I think about Matt is what is Muyeye going to do now?
Yeah.
If he loses another partner, what is he going to? Is he going to say, right, I'm going for it? And if he does that, we could see some real fireworks because he's quite capable, as we've seen already, of shredding an attack. And if he decides to really go and smash it, then that could be very interesting. That said, look at this field. Joe Leach, he's got one slip. I haven't seen a field like this for years. He's got one slip and everybody else is, well, they're not quite on the boundary. They're all saving two, really.
They're certainly allowing him one.
They're saving two. Everybody's saving two
Yeah.
apart from the slip. Leach with a new ball in his hand that's only 3 overs old. Comes in now and bowls, and down the leg side, Muyeye flicks at it, and it's taken by Gareth Roderick, and there's no run.
Yeah, John Curtis, just the end of the press
Yeah.
box here. He's the Don. He's the man. Said it was LBW. Said
Okay.
not caught. So we were right in our first.
Yeah, we
instinct.
were. There you go.
Oh, there we are. It's
So
up
it
on
was
the
all
screen
that
there.
rubbish about me saying I thought they joined in the appeal and everything else, but maybe it was the odd nature of the appeal that surprised other people. There's Leach bowls and Muyeye defends. So LBW to Taylor. The scorers were misinformed and we were right.
We were right.
Well,
all along.
you were right, Matt, anyway. But it was that big in-swing, wasn't it, that did him? In which case, my only question is, did it hit him in line? Well, it must have done, but he was just getting across towards off stump, wasn't he? Anyway, he's gone 333 for 6. And Leach, desperately trying to make it 7, comes in now to bowl to Muyeye. And he picks up a single. Happy to take it off the second ball of the over. Kashif Ali fields at deep mid-wicket. Goes to 201, and Parkinson will face Leach. And the field will be much more conventional. And the lead is 57. It's 57 for 6, effectively, in a one-day game, if you like, with a whole day to play tomorrow. Worcestershire very much on top, despite the fact that they've been made to work really, really hard. 3 slips in place. Parkinson faces Leach, and he's forward, blocks that out on the onside, and there's no run. Well, I'll say it again, I love red ball cricket, and the reason is unpredictability. It's been absolutely tremendous.
Yeah.
Don't think any of us expected Muyeye to get a double 100 today. Leach again is in and bowls. Parkinson is forward again, pushing up to mid-on. Brilliant from the young man. 200 in his first class career, one of them 179 and the other one a double. I don't think we've heard the last of this chap. And I wonder, without wishing to be in any way a Jonah, if I were a Kent fan, I'd be thinking, are we going to be able to keep hold of him? Because performances like this don't go unnoticed. Leach in once more, bowls, and Parkinson is walking into that, pushing up the pitch. End of the over from Leach, 334 for 6. And I wonder what length of contract he's on and whether they'll be trying to make sure that it's extended. But I haven't seen a better, more exciting young stroke maker for a long time in the county game.
Yeah, he's just 23, and so there will be, I'll say, eyebrows raised. There'll be inquiries, I'm sure, about his future. I do wonder with the white ball how long it'll be before he starts playing franchise cricket as well. Because maybe not Big Bash, maybe not IPL. Obviously, those spots are at a premium, and he's in a overly invincible squad for the 100. But there are a lot more franchise opportunities in white ball than those two.
And I guess people who make decisions about things like that, I'll break off as Taylor bowls.
To Muyeye, and just closes the face on that, and that'll be at least a single. They're going to run through for 2. Well run as well. Matt Parkinson always looking for the second. Muyeye probably legs a little bit tired at this point, but moves on to 204 not out.
I guess people will say, well, let's not get too carried away about a double 100 against a depleted, injury-stricken Worcestershire attack. It's nothing to get too excited about. But at the same time, they weren't here, and they haven't seen the way the pitch behaved, etc., etc. So it's you've got to take all things into consideration. But people will notice. County Championship double hundreds are always noticed.
Taylor to Muyeye. Ooh, has a little bit of a waft outside the off stump for all that. At that one through to Roderick, and there is no run.
It's now the second highest score ever for Kent against Worcestershire.
There you go.
Joe Denley got 227 here in 2017. I must have been commentating on that. So the second highest for Kent against Worcestershire here might be the second highest for Kent against Worcestershire ever.
That was the Darryl Mitchell and Joe Clark run chase game, is that right? The last time they were here, I think, 2017. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Here's Taylor to Muyeye, and wide open spaces that he's been allowed by Worcestershire to drop that in for a single. Third ball of the over. That's fine for Worcestershire. They want to have a go at Matt Parkinson here. 337 for 6. Just going to go back and look at the record books between these two sides. But yeah, Parkinson facing now. He'll be very happy to be playing a supporting role here. Defends it. You see the jar on the bat as it's hit by the ball from Tom Taylor, and there is no run. Yeah, career high for Tuanda Muyeye in this one.
He permanently logged on to Cricket Archive and
not permanently, but
just a click away though. Yeah.
But yeah,
it's got the BBC login, haven't we?
I was going to say I was going to start advertising for them, and they don't need it. It's a wonderful resource for a cricket commentator, that's for sure. And looking at past scorecards and performances, tries to work that away on the onside. I can see why they're shouting. A decent appeal from here, though we're not in line with the. So we are. We're looking at Kent against Worcestershire, aren't we? And we're looking at games here.
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. But certainly in first class cricket, there we are.
Alex Hote says Ollie Robinson got a double 100 here in that one-day cup game. He did. I remember that. That was a magnificent innings. Magnificent innings. But I don't count the white ball, Alex.
This one is guided away by Parkinson through third, and vacant area there. He's got himself a 4, and that's the end of the over. Well, that's a good way to bring it up from a Kent point of view, isn't it? Rather than stonewalling, he's got himself a boundary, and the Kent are 3-4-1-4-6. Muyeye 205. Parkinson now has 4.
Yeah, it's a great cricket archive, isn't it? I found some mistakes in it when I was doing Darryl Mitchell's book, where they'd got the two Darryl Mitchells, the two famous Darryl Mitchells, one for more famous than the other. They got them mixed up on a couple of occasions, and I found those occasions. And I said to Darryl, "Were you in Perth in 20 whatever it was?" And he said yes. And I said, "Did you play for Western Australian young cricketers?" And he said no. And we found 3 games. And just break off as Leach bowls to Muyeye. Big shout for LBW, but Paul Pollard says, "I'm not the umpire that's going to give this bloke out when he got 205.
Oh, come
and
now.
he says no.
It just was now.
And it's turned down. I'm only joking. But yeah, we found 3 games where DKH Mitchell and DJ Mitchell had been mixed up, and I contacted Cricket Archive, and they said thank you. Without people finding out things like that, we would never know. There are probably lots of other mistakes on it. But it's fun, isn't it? It's great to
absolutely.
It's great to use.
They were because Philip Bailey, who's
Leach in again. Bowls to Muyeye. Ooh, and he's fishing at this one outside the off stump, taken by Roderick. Good ball from Leach. Field well spread, just one slip in. Goes past the outside edge.
Kent supporter Philip Bailey, so we've touched this quite a lot, and is behind the database at Cricket Archive, and was when Nikki Chowdhury was on commentary with us a couple of times. We're talking about her dad, and basically so he could link them up on Cricket Archive, her performances with his performances, and the relationship between the two of them, of course. Yeah. More importantly, to give the full story for everybody looking in those archives.
Leach bowls. Muyeye steers this down to third man for a single. Libby Fields, 342 for 6. Yeah, it's fun, and I've been on there and looked up myself. I said this before. There's lots of games, league games, and whatever games I played, and then more and more clubs loading stuff up from the past, and it's really fun because there's some games. We're talking about this, and it must be even more incredible for pros this, when they've played so many innings. But there's some games, and you think back, and you think, yeah, I remember that exactly, and I remember exactly how I got out. Literally everything about. And then there's others where you think, I don't even remember the game. Honestly, don't even remember playing there. It's just really strange. Leach in bowls and edged by Parkinson down towards third man. Libby diving to try and save it. Can't do it. Gets the throw in, and Parkinson comes back for 2. Not quite sure why he was taking that risk, because he could well have run himself out. But he gets in, and a little bit of tired fielding there, I thought, from Jake Libby. He's usually very, very fleet of foot. 344 for 6. Parkinson has 6. Muyeye 206.
On the button with that 2017 here at New Road, Joe Denley, 227 in Kent's second innings, a century from Joe Clark and a century from Darryl Mitchell, won it in a run chase.
Leach in, bowls. Parkinson can get 4 for this, I think. Beautifully timed. Square drive off the back foot. Joe Leach won't be impressed with that at all. Put away easily by a relative tail ender. Tap of the bat from Parkinson and Muyeye as they pass. 1 ball left in the over, and that energy that was given to Worcestershire by the wicket of Stewart has just faded again a little bit, with Parkinson having reached double figures.
But what you would say is this is looking flatter and flatter, so anything Worcestershire need to bat at, you think it's got to be within their arc tomorrow.
You'd certainly hope so. Parkinson drives the last ball of the over up to mid-on, end of the over, 348 for 6. Parkinson has 10. Muyeye 206, and we've got 8 overs left in the day.
And at the risk of repeating myself, Kent fans are going to stuff their fingers in their ears now. It's not another one of those, is it? We've listened to him for a decade now. He's telling the same stories. But that game 2017, I believe, was in a heat wave, and was the occasion, and I still remember it well, where we were absolutely sweltering in here, 35 degrees in the shade. A bit warmer in the commentary box with the glass windows, warmer out there for the cricketers. Darren Stevens comes out for his first bat in
wearing a sweater,
sleeveless jumper. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so I did quiz him after that. What on earth are you doing? It's like, what's going on? Why the sleeveless jumper? It's like the rest of us are trying to, we're on the floor more or less with the heat. As Tom Taylor bowls to Wanda Muyeye. into the offside. He'll take a single offered. Will they try and come back for two? Yeah, well, they offered him that single, and they'll gratefully receive Matt Parkinson at the other end for 5 balls. And he said, well, it's just how I am. I feel comfortable with a sleeveless jumper on. So keeping everything the same.
Yeah.
So,
and so I've known lots of players who will do that, and they'll also wear one. It gets really hot, and they say, "Oh, I'm not taking it off because I never change when I'm batting." That's it. I never,
Yeah. So
what a player, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Still going. St Lawrence and Highland Court in the Kent Premier. Well, I was going to say probably playing today. I'm not sure what the weather's like in Kent. It hasn't been terribly clement, has it, around most of the country. So Taylor bowling to Parkinson. And that's a good shot, is it? Yeah, but straight back at the bowler and no run. Thought for a moment he'd gone past Tom Taylor, but no, he fields it off his own bowling. And there is no run. Just shines the ball on his whites here. And I'll say again, for all Twander Muyeye's heroics, it is just a 73-run lead at this point, defended by Matt Parkinson. The ball ticks over, but they've got 3 more at him. That's what they set up the field to allow Twander Muyeye a single. Very weary man indeed, Twander Muyeye. Obviously supremely fit, as most cricketers are these days. I say, you don't get away with hiding in training and the strength and conditioning. But 207 from 264 balls. Parkinson facing again now. Was that an edge? He's gone! He's gone! It's caught behind, I think, by Gareth Roderick there. Certainly edged towards the corner. Yeah, Roderick it is with a catch. And Kent a 3-4-9 for 7. Going for a drive again at Matt Parkinson. And Taylor, as Frank Watson has been saying, just has that one that nips away, makes it difficult. He's made it impossible for Parkinson to get full bat on that one. And Parkinson goes, and they are 7 down now with a lead of, where are we, 73 runs. I'm not sure we'll be staying beyond the 6 overs necessarily this evening, but 7 down. Worcestershire are getting very, very close now.
Yeah, patience has been rewarded, hasn't it? I suppose you'd say for Worcestershire. There were times where I thought it was said here that body language suggested they were losing belief a little bit, and you could understand that because Muyeye has played brilliantly, and he got good support from Finch and good support from Stewart. But it's been a long day. It's a 4-day game. You've got to have your ups and downs. You get a lead of 276. You kind of earn the right to be not straining at the leash, but just out there, just trying to do the job and being patient. And that's exactly what they've done. And as you say, they've got themselves into a position where the other team are basically 73 for 7, and there's a whole day left in the game. So excellent from Tom Taylor. I think I'm pleased for Tom Taylor because he deserved more in the first innings, and he's probably deserved more early on in this innings. A lot of the Worcestershire bowlers' figures have been damaged by the fact that Muyeye has played so exceptionally well, but at the same time, let's not take anything away from Kent, because psychologically conceding 276 on first innings is massive, and they weren't in good shape losing those early wickets. Compton run out, and Muyeye could have been out, but they've kept going. As we praise them for their fighting spirit this afternoon, and it's been a cracking game in all respects.
King Jordan comes in, Yorker length, digs it out, deflects it to mid-wicket. Does well there actually, and that's no run. Mid-wicket on a slanting run. Let's see who it is out there going towards the boundary. Is there a subfielder at the moment? No, beg your pardon.
James Hartzell.
It's James Hartzell, isn't it? Yeah.
But Taylor has done a really good job here with these 3 wickets.
No
Really
single
good
for
job.
Jordan. He wants to allow Muyeye on the strike at the beginning of the next over. Taylor comes in and forward defensive by Jordan. End of the over, but it is a wicket bearing one as well. 87 gone. So the new ball is just 7 overs. Old Tom Taylor rightly gets warm applause, and he's taken the 3 wickets, hasn't he, in this session?
Yeah.
And although they've been some time apart, they've been absolutely vital. Just that difference perhaps in the attack. So the one that leaves the bat late, getting Finch LBW with one that came back in at him. Stewart LBW as well. Did we mention that? That has been reclassified. We were right first time, Frank. It was an LBW. Grant Stewart and Parkinson caught behind. So
I think
3, 4, 9 for 7.
I think it, as I said a few minutes ago, it's going to be very interesting to see the way that Muyeye plays it now.
Yeah.
With all the field back, one slip in, he's got to take a risk if he goes big. His Hartshorn is into him. Oh, he's playing at that one outside the off stump. Well, left him a bit, I think, off the pitch. That one maybe a bit wide to start with, but missed it. Roderick diving to his right to take it. But I think something else about it's a weird thing, this. I've just noticed. I was trying to think. Just dawned on me. So when Hartshorn finishes his follow through, if you watch him quite closely, he runs away off to the left. So he comes in now, bowls to Muyeye, and he clips him away on the leg side. And he describes the sort of circle away to the left, and they've taken a single. And if something's happened, if he's gone past the bat or something, he does it very quickly. And I was thinking, and of course it's Nathan Smith. Nathan Smith does exactly the same thing, and they play for the same team in New Zealand, Wellington. Whether they keep their over rates up by running through in their follow through, I don't know, but it's very, very similar. Anyway, they got the single, which Worcestershire are very happy about. Yeah. And Jordan will now face Hartshorn. 350 for 7. Kent lead by 74. And Hartshorn from the Digley Send is in and bowls. And Jordan is jamming the bat down on that one. And Hartshorn walks away with his head in the air thinking that nearly squeezed through. To keep a bit low, that one. It was a really late sort of jab of the bat to keep
it was that
there.
full, maybe.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Maybe it didn't keep low, but it was late. He played it late. Good players play it late. 350 for 7. Got 20 not out in the first innings. Hakeem Jordan, and he's on the back foot. Plays very nicely and stylishly down on the offside. Good from Hartshorn. Been pretty tidy, I think, in this innings. 13 overs, 1 for 64. Doesn't sound too good, but he's been the recipient of some of Muyeye's brutality earlier today. Muyeye very much becalmed now. 208 off 266 deliveries. 23 fours and 3 sixes. Amazing innings from one so young. As Hartshorn is in again and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hakeem Jordan and taken by Gareth Roderick. So Worcestershire plugging away. Another one tonight. I think they'll probably be satisfied with the day's work, all in all. But it goes without saying that if that one is Muyeye, they'll be more than happy. What a knock he's played. 350 for 7. Sunshine still as Hartshorn is in and bowls outside the off stump. Left alone by Jordan. End of the over from James Hartshorn. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 64. His figures. Muyeye on strike on 208. The men out today since play started at 2 o'clock. Jack Leaning for 27 and Joey Evison for 16 in the afternoon session, and since tea, Harry Finch 31, Grant Stewart 41 and Matt Parkinson for 10.
An email from Richard on kentcricket@gmail.com. Great to hear from you. He said, great knock from Tawanda Muyeye. Just re-emphasises that across the top 7 we have a decent batting lineup. It's simply they haven't fired as a collective, he says. More on that in a second. Taylor to Muyeye, and it's straight back at the bowler. He said that without first innings runs on the board, you aren't going to win matches. He said if you include Harry Finch's one in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, 7 players have hit hundreds for Kent. It's an astute point, Richard. Individual hundreds one thing, but building big innings is another thing entirely. But congratulations to Dwayne Muyeye, 208 so far, and defends that into the offside. And I thought Frank made a great point as well, that the 179 he made his previous highest last year against Northamptonshire were in concert with a senior partner, Joe Denley, who hit 300 on that occasion, a treble century. And this one he's had to be the senior voice, the anchor to this innings, as well as hitting some gorgeous shots. But that's what we'll take out of that, and Worcestershire fans may be thinking, please stop going on about it, aren't we going to win this game? Probably. This is outside the off stump, left through to the wicket keeper.
Maybe.
Almost certainly, I'd say. But 350 to 7.
Maybe. I don't think you can write it off while... I mean, Jordan played well in the first inning. He could easily get 50, and Muyeye could get 250, and you just never know.
I know someone who's overnighting in the hotel on the ground might sneak out under the cover of night. And
wouldn't be the first time. It's happened here.
So I didn't really bring up bad memories. I was just joking. Tom Taylor, leading edge, goes past the bowler and just throws a hand at it. Taylor, that wasn't a bump ball, was it? I think that's come off the leading edge.
Happened here in
Oh, there we are. Tom Taylor is just kicking angrily at the footholds there, and yeah, I think that has just looped up over the Worcestershire bowler, looking for a return catch. Couldn't get the arm to it.
1988, and I believe it was when Kent were pipping Worcestershire. Kent and Worcestershire were going for the title. Last game of the season, I think it was Gloucestershire here, and a Kent supporter, I believe it was, who had got a big bet on Kent, attempted to damage the wicket here.
As Taylor bowls to Jordan, leaves that, it's come back at him from the wicketkeeper's reaction, and from where he's dived, that's come back quite a long way as well. And Tom Taylor, double teapot now.
Worth watching on the replay.
On Akeem Jordan.
I said he gets it snaking back in sometimes.
Looks like he has here as well. Oh yeah.
Oof,
oh goodness me.
What a leave.
That's pitched fifth stump and has gone down the leg side.
And anyway, poured oil on the pitch on a length, and everybody turned up last day of the game and went out, and the ground staff were out there, and they had to clean it up, and they got these big heaters out there and dried it up, and in the end they played, and Worcestershire won the championship on that day. And I think eventually it was proved that it was a Kent supporter who'd got a bet on them.
Taylor to Jordan, leaves that one again. Is that the end of the over?
Yep.
It is indeed. So, yeah, we are.
So 3 left in the day. So, yeah, there might be some Kent listeners who remember that, but it was 1988. It was when Worcestershire won the championship with a side including Ian Botham, Graham Dilley, etc. And Graham Hick got 1,000 in May and 405 at Taunton and all of that. And it last game of the season it happened, and the pitch was sabotaged, but it was to no avail. Might be some people listening who remember that. Here comes Hartshorn from the Diglis end and bowls, and Muyeye takes the single off the first ball of the over. So he's not turning those down. He's not thinking I've got to try and whack some boundaries. And he's doing exactly the right thing, which is he's going to be batting in the morning, and that's exactly what Kent would have wanted. It's apart from anything else, it's been a tremendously mature innings as well. I think 210 off 271, 352 for 7. 2 overs left after this. Hartshorn to Jordan. Bowls, and Jordan, I was going to say edges to slip, but I think it bounced about 5 yards in front of Adam Hose at first slip. Turned him round, that one. Good delivery from Hartshorn. Every time there's a wicket, just for the next 4 or 5 overs, just an upturn in the buzz out there from Worcestershire. Hartshorn again is in and bowls, and Jordan is in behind this and pushing out on the offside. D'Oliveira does the fielding. Lovely evening. Hardly anybody here.
Yeah.
But bit of breeze. It'll be light till about 8:30, 9:15 tonight. It's been going dark about 9:15, hasn't it, in the last week or so. But there'll be a few people out and about in Worcester tonight, Matt.
Yeah,
I dare
absolutely.
say, not far from this ground, not far from your hotel. Here's Hartshorn again in and bowls, and Jordan is steering this one down behind square on the offside. Wants a single, but Libby is quick this time and slides in to do the fielding. But it's another late one for us. But we didn't start till 2, we can't really complain.
I got back to the hotel last night after the day's proceedings, and there was some excitement, I would say, in the foyer of the hotel.
Oh, right.
And
Okay.
one of the staff came past and I said, "Oh, that's lively." They just raised their eyes and said, "Party night."
Oh, right,
And,
okay.
so this one's defended by, sorry.
Right, that's
by
all right. That's
Jordan
all.
up to mid
Did
on.
you, did you join in, or did you...
Well, I was tempted, but yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah.
just thought I'd let them get on with it. There we are. But why not? I just completely forgot it was Friday night. It's
yeah, well,
one of the vagaries of the job, isn't
daft,
it? Is
isn't it?
that
You do kind of lose track of what day it is.
it's, I know it was day 2,
Yeah,
but actually what day of the week it was.
yeah.
It occurred to me that people will be out having a
Yeah.
wild night.
Here's Hartshorn again in to bowl to Jordan, who lets that go outside the off stump. End of a good over. 2 left in the day, 352 for 7. So Kent currently lead by 76 runs. And, well, it's more than they might have hoped for. But when you say it's 76 for 7, effectively, it's not that huge. But yeah, you do lose track of the day. I also get thrown. I've got football tomorrow. I'm working at Molineux tomorrow, Wolves against Chelsea. So Jim Dale will be here alongside Matt Cole in the commentary box. But football on Sundays, it's still not quite right, is it? It just doesn't quite work for me.
Taylor to Muyeye. All friends forward. Was there a ball hit pad there? I think that's what they're asking. Or was it an inside edge onto the pad?
He's threatening at the moment, Taylor, isn't
Yeah.
he? With that ball moving back into the right hand as he's threatening.
Oh, yeah. I think impact just outside is a possibility. The camera's just behind Tawanda Muyeye, but 352 for 7. I replayed the one that looped off the leading edge from Muyeye and over Taylor's head, and you see he just turned disgustedly away from it because he couldn't reach it, and the toys came out of the pram. Unsurprisingly, 352 for 7. He's sick of the sight of Tawanda Muyeye. He's an engaging chap, but I'm sure Tom Taylor would like him to be engaging in the dressing room at this point.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be anybody else in the team that disagrees with him either. They admire opposition players, of course, and there was plenty of that chat last night of what a good player he is, but at the same time, we've all been there. You admire somebody playing against you, and then after a while you just think, well, yeah, okay, but I'd rather admire the memory now than the reality.
Hard physical work for the bowlers as well. Taylor comes in to bowl to him now. Straight back at Taylor from Muyeye, just pushing forward on that defensive shot. I guess it's possible from a tactical point of view, Muyeye might just see off this over and let Hakeem Jordan take strike for the last one, because if he's out, that'll be the end of the day, won't it? I don't know if he'll want to protect Jordan at any point here. As you were saying, perhaps it's best from a Kent point of view he protects himself
Yeah.
and make sure he's there tomorrow. As weary as he might be, 352 for 7. He'll sleep well tonight, I would have thought. And to the offside. Or do you? I don't know. Is the adrenaline still going? You single taken from Muyeye there on the fourth ball?
Couldn't tell you. Never
I was
Been
gonna
knocked
say-
out, been knocked out overnight a few times, but it's
Yeah.
I'm usually on about 5 or something like that.
It's a very good point. Who's
Yeah.
been there? I've got to go back to my Kevin Peterson analogy. That's Amanda Muyeye,
Yeah.
and they say, you know
Yeah.
what the hardest runs are between 200 and 250?
Yeah.
353 for 7. I'd imagine it is pretty hard work at this point. So 2 balls to come of the 91st over, 1 remaining after this one. Taylor glides in. Jordan has played and missed at that.
Yeah,
Through to
beaten.
Roderick anyway.
Yeah.
I think my eyes are getting a bit tired. I'm starting to lose the trajectory of the ball, but there we go. New glasses, please.
1 left in the over.
Mind you, we were ahead of the score as well. We with the just saying with the dismissal, whatever. 353 for 7. Yeah, 211 from 275 at the non-strikers end now. Last ball, the 91st over. And Jordan to hold out here with this fledgling lead, certainly on a flat pitch, of 77. Leaves it through to the wicket-keeper, end of the over. And Taylor, he wanted another one. Some steam coming out of the ears, kicks at the ground. He has done a great job though, Frank, as you were saying. This last session of the day, he'll be tired, he'll be frustrated at tail enders playing and missing, but he's taken 3 vital wickets, it looked like.
He has, and Worcestershire supporters who are listening will already know this. Kent listeners maybe not. Tom Taylor's come to Worcestershire this year, got injured in a pre-season friendly, wasn't able to play in any of the first round of the Red Bull games, didn't play any cricket for Worcestershire until the T20s began. In the T20s, given what happened with injuries and everything else, he became an absolutely enormous member of the team, very important member. Spraycoffer's Hartson bowls the first ball of the last over. Muyeye plays it out on the leg side, there's no run. And they had to bowl at the death most of the time and bowled really well early on, but was expensive at the death. And people said, what have you signed him from? Blah. Caught well in the field. Played in the One Day Cup, did everything in the One Day. Just become almost straight away one of the most important members on the staff. And it's because of, injuries to other players, etc., etc. And he stood up. He's played so much cricket since he was fit again that he's been absolutely a brilliant signing. So all power to him, really. And he's done a good job again today, as I say. Hartshorn outside the off stump, no shot offered. So quick rundown of the day. Play began at 2 o'clock. Overnight rain and early morning rain, meaning a late start. 104 for 2 overnight. Kent. Jack leaning out very early this morning. LBW to this man, Hartshorn, for 27. Joey Evison followed out for 16 at lunch. Tea, of course, because they started at 2. It was 222 for 4. And by that time, Muyeye had gone on to 149 not out. Just break off as, again, Hartshorn bowls, and he pushes out on the onside. Harry Finch was with him on 14. Finch and Muyeye stayed together until Finch was out for 31 LBW to Taylor. That was 249 for 5. And then Grant Stewart came in and played very positively, cracked 41 quite quickly off 41 balls. But the new ball was taken and Stewart fell LBW to Taylor. Matt Parkinson followed, caught behind by Roderick off Taylor for 10. Hartshorn again is in. And Muyeye's gone in the last over of the day. Muyeye has gone. James Hartshorn has picked him up, pushed at that one, edged it through, and Gareth Roderick takes the catch to under Muyeye. A magnificent innings of 211 is ended by James Hartshorn, the biggest wicket of the day, and it's gone to the young Kiwi. Got it there, outside off stump, got the nick. Roderick took the catch. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant innings from Muyeye, but he is out for 211. It's 353 for 8. The lead is 77, and that is possibly an absolute game changer from James Hartshorn. Muyeye takes the applause of the crowd. Magnificent innings, absolutely superb. All the Worcestershire players applauding him. That is the close of play. 353 for 8 at the close. Jordan, yet to get off the mark, will be joined in the morning by Alfie Ogborn. Just Ogborn and Garrett to come. The lead is 77. Worcestershire will feel that they are back very much in the driving seat in this game. It's been a really hard fought 2 sessions today. Absolutely tremendous. Muyeye there all day falls to the 4th ball of the final over of the day. 211 he made. A brilliant innings. 279 balls, 23 fours and 3 sixes. But James Hartshorn strikes. He got the first wicket to fall today, that of Jack Leaning, and he got the last to fall, that of Tawanda Muyeye. 15.4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65 for the Kiwi. Tom Taylor, the pick of the bowlers otherwise, 22 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 85. End of the day, Kent 77 ahead, but 8 down. Brilliant innings from Muyeye, will live long in the memory. Cracking game of cricket, and I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. Final word from Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent, celebrating. You've seen one of the great innings, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll live long in the memory. It will for Tawanda Muyeye, of course. He'll be very frustrated, disappointed to get out on the last over of the day. But as he went off, it was lovely to see a hug from Brett Doravere. A couple of players came up to him from Worcestershire and just congratulated him. They called him to add their acclaim. Everyone in the ground